plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at fragolaperformancesystems.com. Fragola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got stacks. I'm the king. Is a stacks. I'm the king. I got stacks. I'm the king. Is a stacks. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me up, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me up, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, watching me clean, kerosene creek, down to the river.
Good evening and welcome to the Rocket Raceway Park, night number 2. Here for the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. Bryce Hall here alongside Pat Graham for the RCR Designs pre-race show live on Racing Dirt TV as well as on Race on Texas. Pat, before we get into tonight's racing program, let's talk a little bit about last night. 76 US MTS Modifieds checked in for a $5,000 top prize to kick everything off here in Petty, Texas last night. Saw a great race, late race pass there by Dustin Sorensen to pick up his first win of the season over Jason Hughes.
Yeah, Jason, I would say almost had kind of a commanding lead until lap traffic became a factor in it, and they still swapped this, top spot a few times back and forth. And I think with maybe 4 or 5 to go, he kind of cleared himself of Jason and went on. But that doesn't tell the whole story of the night, and you can go into that a little bit, though. But some very, very intense B mains with only taking 4, I think, from each one. Those were the races of the night, I would call them. And there was a little bit of character down in 1 and 2. They worked on that today, but it made for some super exciting racing all night long.
Yeah, you think about the drivers that won those B mains. Of course, Dustin Sorensen was one of them. He started 7th row on the outside in the A main after winning the B main. Rodney Sanders had to set himself up with a B main win, ultimately up into the top 3 as well. But again, we saw great racing action in those B mains. And like we said, we used to have heats of the night. I think we got to go to B's of the night because everybody really turns up the heat to make it into those features.
Yeah, one of our colleagues, Tyler Rankin, mentioned that before. One of the B features that's an A feature. You've got a full field of cars, and you've got former USMTS winners in the B features. That's how intense they were.
Yeah, taking a look at last night's top 5 finishers, like we said, Dustin Sorensen picked up his 7th career USMTS victory. Jason Hughes tried to snap the drought last night, came up just a little bit short in 2nd. Rodney Sanders, like we touched on, out of the B main into the 3rd place spot. Tanner Mullins right behind him in 4th. Tyler Davis had a great run as well as he ended up in the top 5.
Yeah, he did. And like you said, the top 5 it kind of changed a little bit, and Derek Ramirez had some issues, and there was some action going on and some part failures and some other things that kind of changed that top 5 and top 10. And it would have been really hard to predict other than, Jason Hughes. The rest of that group came from deep in the field, which speaks highly of the racetrack being racy.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, some character down in turns 1 and 2, but nonetheless, like you said, racy, several drivers able to move up through the field. You look at the run that Tyler Wolf put together, 26th to 7th last night. That's making the most of a provisional start.
That's all you can do. And who knows, with another yellow or 2 at the end, he was gonna make it interesting, as he did all night long.
We kind of talked a little bit before tonight's racing, and like you said, some parts failures, some things happening on the racetrack lended itself to guys that really had good race cars last night not being there in the end. So let's talk about a few of those drivers. Of course, Kyle Brown was in that front group early. I'd look for him to have a good run here tonight as long as he's able to keep the nose clean.
Yeah, and I think he picked up his heat race win, last night as well. And, and the other thing that comes in from that is even those, these guys a lot of them are, I would call professional racers. It's still a lot of them are new race cars, maybe a new chassis they've went to. They put the cars together. You're going to have the first night bugs, and a lot of them did, and they've had all day to get a lot of those worked out. So don't be surprised to see some new names up front as well.
Yeah, a couple other drivers that had issues, like you said, Derek Ramirez caught in the incident over in turn number 2. He certainly would have been a factor, assuming he'd have been able to stay in the race. And I think Joe Duvall would have been as well. Of course, it was early on the race when he had that left rear flat, but he certainly looked good last night.
He did, and I think he made us well known. He had quick time. I didn't know that, but he's on Facebook, letting the social media world know how he was doing. But he had quick time, and you're right, he looked strong early. So, I think the draw is really critical too when you have this many cars, as far as maybe not where you start, but who's in your heat and how you can move up with those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we are going to drop off a few cars here tonight, but I think still in the high 60s for the car count. So really, nothing changes in terms of how quick you got to get going early in the night tonight.
No, and the other thing is he had some great races in all the other classes, and I'm sure you guys will touch on that, and Eric will too in our second segment. But I foresee even better racing tonight.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit, like I said, about the racetrack. Of course, they were working on turns 1 and 2 throughout the racing program. I know they had worked it over pretty heavily here this evening. I'd say the best foot's going to continue to be put forth, but regardless, they're a wildly entertaining race for the fans, and you were able to move top to bottom.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and I talked to a few drivers today. Some have been here years ago. Some have never been here, and I would say the majority were super happy with the facility, how clean it is. The great fan, crowd support we had last night was awesome. Even the night got a little bit long, and, we had the light issue a little bit. Few hiccups, and that's the same thing. Opening night promoter jitters, too. Yeah. But Kevin and his bunch did a great job, and they've been a very welcoming group, and I think that shows.
Yeah, the stakes go up to $10,000 a night. Before we step into a break, let's preview the upcoming event here at the end of the month. You'll be a part of that broadcast as well, March 24th through the 26th, King of America 11. 3 complete shows. That's what I really like about that now. 3 complete shows, $3,000 to win to get it warmed up on Thursday night, $5,000 on Friday night, $15,000 to win on Saturday night there in Humboldt, Kansas. What are you looking forward to the most about getting back to Humboldt Speedway here toward the end of the month?
You know what I would say is that, for the people that haven't been there or the ones that haven't been able to see it on Racing Dirt, it's a small racetrack, and it's not super wide. You're not going to brag and say it's the widest track and that, but it is always racy, and it puts on an extremely just fun to watch. And, same thing. It doesn't seem to take a lot of motor, doesn't seem to take the best equipment always because it's slick, but it's just a lot of fun to watch the races there. And people just seem to want to be at Humboldt Speedway, whether it's, the Whitworth family, whether it's, just the history of that event. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, in addition to the USMTS Modifieds, the B-Mods put on a great show at that. They're going to get $10,000 to win come the end of the month. You might see some of these limited mods sneak up there as they're allowed to race as part of that program, but the stock cars is too. Man, they stole the show a few times last season. Of course, we saw them put on a great race here tonight. I think they were 3 wide when the lights went down on us, but it's going to be interesting to see those stock cars take the track there at Humboldt Speedway again too.
It is, and the neat thing about it is it's the same thing there as you guys have probably seen here is just the improvements they've made at that racetrack over the years, and just the following, and it's became its own marquee event and started from scratch that many years ago. And I think, whether it be Ryan Gustin or Zach Vanderbeek or some of the guys that have won it in the past, it's definitely a crown jewel for them, and that's what's made it really cool.
Yeah, so once again, you're watching live here from Petty, Texas, the Rocket Raceway Park. Night number 2 of the 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals, live here on the RCR Designs pre-race show. We're going to step aside, take a quick break, and we'll be back with segment number 2. Petty, Texas. We're live once again on the RCR Designs pre-race show on Racing Dirt TV, as well as on Race On Texas, night number 2 of the 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals here from the Rocket Raceway Park. Segment number 2 here, Bryce Hall once again, this time alongside Eric Chesterman, who's going to be on the call all weekend long here in Petty. Eric, we saw a wild opening night to get things kicked off like Pat and I kind of discussed there. Dustin Sorensen able to break through after the B-Main win and pick up his first one of the season.
Yeah, you mentioned it last night. Not a lot of guys can come from the middle of the pack after having to run a B feature. And, I got to thinking about that again this morning with Dustin Sorensen and kind of his night. Really on an up and down night all night long. Every single time he hit the racetrack other than the A feature, he hit a Uke tire, and his heat race had serious body damage to the race car during the B feature. Still managed to find a way to scratch and claw his way into the show, and once he did, man, he was the show in the A feature. Blasted towards the front early and then chased down Jason Hughes in the late stages of the race. Impressive performance by the number 19.
Yeah, like we said, Jason Hughes, the runner-up last night. A bit of a heartbreaker there for Jason as he tried to snap a pretty sizable winless streak, but again, the hope's got to be alive, certainly behind the wheel, that blue and yellow 12, as he's very fast here in the early stages this year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Hughes is a guy that I touted yesterday and Thursday even when we did our radio show from here that, I really thought that that's a guy when you get to Humboldt Speedway, you can't count him out as many wins as he has at that place, easily double the next closest competitor in win total at Humboldt. I kind of figured maybe it would take him a couple of nights to get that groove back going that he found late last year. He really showed that it didn't take any time at all. He was the fastest guy on the racetrack, and had it not been for a couple of little hiccups on the cushion in lap traffic, I honestly think the 12 of Jason Hughes probably wins that race.
And here's some insight to the hiccups as well. I thought perhaps it's fatigue, whatever it is. His glasses actually begin slipping down under the helmet was what he's told us there as he was bouncing through the ruts of turns 1 and 2. Well, you and I both wear glasses, and you know how much trouble we're going to have getting through the night if they fall down on us. So certainly that was kind of interesting to find out that Hughes really having trouble with vision once the glasses slipped off there in the A main.
Yeah, paging Dr. Deathridge, right? Where's the optometrist when you need him? But no, in all seriousness, I mean, as somebody who's worn glasses in the behind the wheel of a dirt modified before, with what he was doing in turn 1, the right front frame rail of that race car digging into the racetrack, it really bucks you around in there. It's like riding a bull. And man, if your glasses slip at all, any issue with your glasses, it just compounds the complexity that you're already facing on the type of racing surface we faced last night. So hopefully maybe he's got those on a little bit tighter tonight, and we'll see if Jason Hughes can recover and maybe be one spot better.
Yeah, Rodney Sanders, like we mentioned, 3rd. Tanner Mullins was 4th. Tyler Davis, you mentioned, he was going to be one to watch this season. He reeled in a top 5. Terry Phillips was quietly outside that top 5. He finished in 6th. Tyler Wolf rolled up through the field 26th to 7th. Cale Westover, Fido Gallardo, and Jason Good. Several guys we could talk about right there inside that top 10. Tyler Wolf's great run. Cale Westover, advanced several spots as well from 22nd to 8th.
Yeah, Cale Westover, he's a guy that's an up-and-comer in this area. Won a lot of Southern Sport Mod races. He's been very competitive at the Battle at the Bullring event in years past against those B mods, driving that Southern Sport Mod style race car. Has hopped into the A mods here the last couple of years and really hasn't skipped a beat. I know he competes a lot with you guys with the ARMS series, very competitive there. And it wouldn't shock you at all to see the 15W find victory lane.
Yeah, Pat and I also discussed a little bit some of the hard luck last night. It would have been a toss-up on hard luck awards. Chris Hennigan, local racer, that's what Terry Davis told me today at lunch. He said, man, he's giving him the hard luck award, just caught up in somebody else's mess. That happened to a few guys. Derek Ramirez as well, Kyle Brown with mechanical issues, Mike Hansen. He was qualified up towards the front. The list goes on and on of guys that we might see up toward the front tonight that just had some bad luck here on night number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And every guy that you just mentioned, though, the good thing about that particular list is those guys have been able to make repairs. They're back here tonight. They're going to compete again. The guy that I give the hard luck award for, an incident that absolutely was not of his own doing, just wrong place, wrong time. You really have to feel for one of the local guys, Bo Day, in car number 4. Hard into the wall off of turn 2 in the back straightaway. Ended up totaling a race car, a little bit sore after that. You got to feel for him as he's not going to be able to compete tonight. If anything, that's where my hard luck award goes.
No, I would agree with that. Certainly hope that team can recoup quickly. Hated to see that for Bo Day. Just wrong place, wrong time for him. Taking a look at the support class action last night, we saw great racing in all 4 divisions. Let's start with the stock cars. That one sticks out to me. James McMillan had one stolen from him right there at the end. Kind of a bad restart for the 8M coming to the green flag, and Arlen Stewart stuck by there to pick up the win on night 1.
Yeah, that was an impressive race all the way through, and it was really side-by-side racing the entire way. You really thought, though, towards the late stages of the race, McMillan had it in the bag. A late race restart. Arlen found something a little bit extra and stole the win away from him. And, like you and Pat mentioned and you and I have mentioned before, those stock cars are really fun to watch. We only had 12 of them last night, but they still put on a good race. And that USRA stock car division is a group of cars that I think is really going to catch fire here in the Texas area, take off. And they're a lot of fun to watch. And, they could be the best race of the night again.
Looking to the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited mods, Rowdy Day and Cody King put on an absolute show at the front of the field. Interesting to see those 2 different types of cars battling there, like we talked about, the B mod rule package now allowed with the limited mods. They were pretty even here last night, and ultimately Rowdy picked up the win.
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned, I think the smaller size racetrack, the third miles, the quarter miles, that's really the equalizer between the Southern Sport mods and the B mods. I think you get onto the bigger racetracks and it's a little bit different story, but very competitive here. And Cody King, I honestly thought he was going to pick off a win last night, had that thing in the cushion, cowboyed up, elbows up in that race car, but hammered the wall off of turn 4. And when he did that, I was surprised he was able to continue going and that the damage wasn't any more detrimental than what it seemed to be. Even still, you could tell that he lost a little bit of pace after that. And the 20D was able to pick up the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to the factory stock division, local racer out of Paris, Texas, Michael Smith. He picked up the win. There's really kind of a lot happened last night. Obviously going to be kind of tough to recap everything, but a lot of lead changes in that factory stock race, and ultimately Smith comes home with the win.
Yeah, that was a race again. A lot of comers and goers at the front of the field. It seemed like somebody was going to run away with it. Then all of a sudden, here come another driver that found some speed around the racetrack in a different line. And at one point, the leader of the race had gotten passed on the top, goes to the top, then gets passed on the bottom, and that's a bad situation to be in as a driver. Just what do you do? Where do you go at that point? You don't know where your car's fastest, and some nights you just got to go, well, I guess there's guys just better than me here. But no, the factory stocks put on a great show. It's a division that I'm not very familiar with. Kind of in the southern Oklahoma and northern Texas area. The slick tires, to me, that still just boggles my mind. I've never seen an asphalt tire used on a dirt track. It's pretty neat what they're able to do with those race cars. It's a fun division to watch, and I'm looking forward to seeing them again tonight.
Yeah, that class absolutely puts on a great show. Anywhere you go, like you mentioned, northern Texas, southern Oklahoma, and Louisiana. A great grassroots division there for these racers in this area. Final thoughts going into tonight. I can hear a few cars getting some engine heat as we get closer to USMTS Modified qualifying. What are you looking forward to? Nearly 70 modifieds again here this evening. Who's the drivers you're going to be watching for tonight's 10,000 to win A main?
Well, the first one I'm going to throw out at you, and the word that comes to mind is redemption. And that's for the 4R of Derek Ramirez. An incident last night. He caught a rut, slid up in front of the 19 of Dustin Sorensen. Sorensen really had nowhere to go, got into the back of him, and that ended Ramirez's night. I said Thursday that I thought Ramirez was going to get one this weekend. I thought it was going to be tonight. I'm sticking with that pick. Look for the 4R of Derek Ramirez to be really fast. Also the 12 of Jason Hughes. I mean, fast out of the gate last night. Every time he hit the racetrack, you just saw the speed that race car had. Sometimes you don't always see it, and then somebody at the end of the night surprises you like Dustin Sorensen, but that wasn't the case with Hughes. You saw the speed in that race car. Every time he was on racetrack, I look for Jason Hughes to be up front. And then how about Big Daddy Joe Duvall? Had that left rear tire flat, decided he wanted, instead of hot pit, and wanted to save his stuff for tonight. He's another guy, like you said, if he gets a USMTS win here tonight, watch out, because this place could be coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been hanging out with an Okie too much. You went 3 Sooner State drivers right there. I don't know if you caught you might get booed out of Texas for that. I can tell you by some experience.
Yeah, probably so. I might have to duck my head getting out of here. But no, in all seriousness, I mean, if you want to throw a Texas guy in there and a guy that made his way through the field last night and has speed earlier this year. We talked about Rodney Sanders a lot last night. He could easily be at the front of the field too. It's really hard to pick. I don't care where they're from or anything like that. It's really hard to pick who you think's going to win tonight, because any one of those 4 guys none of them could be the winner tonight. There could be somebody else that shocks us too.
Yeah, absolutely. A talent-laden field here. Again, this evening, nearly 70 USMTS modifieds for night number 2 of the 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals. We'll step aside, take a quick break here on Race and Dirt TV and Race on Texas, and be back with USMTS modified qualifying shortly here from the Rocket Raceway Park.
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States, with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes, only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got stacks. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king. I got stacks. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
Hey race fans, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hambelton Ford. I have some exciting news. Mel Hambelton Ford Racing has started a rewards program just for you. For every dollar that you spend with MH Ford Racing, 5% will go back on your rewards card. It even applies to the wraps that you buy at BCC. All you have to do is purchase race gear, race fuel, tear-offs, wraps, etc., and you'll receive 5% on every sale. Reward dollars can be redeemed at all 3 of our locations, Mel Hambelton Ford, Mel Hambelton Quick Lane, and Big Corner Creative. It's that easy. Buy all your racing needs from us and get 5%. Sign up for reward cards today in person or give us a call. Mel Hambelton Ford. Experience the difference.
So welcome back once again to the Rocket Raceway Park for night number 2 of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. Drivers that will compete in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1 out on the racetrack to Will Pack ahead of their group qualifying here this evening. Again, fastest 4 qualifiers invert on the front 2 rows of their heat races after qualifying. We'll go ahead and introduce you to some of the race car drivers on the track right now, rolling just past the flag stand. That's Lakeshore, Minnesota's Dan Ebert. He's in the Minnesota Truck Headquarters number 60. Behind him, a fellow Minnesotan. That is A.J. Hoff out of Manorville, Minnesota, the A&A Electric and Underground 55H. Joe Duval runs along the front straightaway off into turns 1 and 2 out of Claremore, Oklahoma, the Mel Hambelton Ford number 91. And just to his inside, it's Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas. He's in the Falcon Metals number 47. D&T Dirtworks entry tonight. New driver with us. That is Ross Malone out of Powderly, Texas. So Ross Malone behind the wheel of that 20 car over at the top side of turns 1 and 2. And behind him, it's Jeremy Lacoe racing out of Lincoln, Arkansas, the First Class Automotive number 75. 2020 Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year rolls through turns 1 and 2. That's Wichita, Kansas racer Tanner Mullins in the Mel Hambelton Ford 02 with Chris Clark behind him, the CarQuest 8C out of Jackson, Wyoming. Final couple cars on the racetrack, 4-time series champion Rodney Sanders in the Wichita Tank Racing number 20 out of Happy, Texas, and Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri, the Empire Energy number 8. Fido Gallardo also in this group. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the Gallardo Construction G17. Fido had a top 10 finish here last night. He'll qualify with drivers here in Simpson Performance Products Heat Race number 1. Again, a little bit of wheel packing before we put these drivers on the clock. 6 groups of qualifying here tonight for night number 2.
Yeah, and again, Bryce, for those not familiar with the format or unfamiliar to USMTS Modified Racing, these guys draw for their heat race groups. They know who they're going to be in their heat race with. They don't know where their starting positions are at. They're going to time in. We're going to invert the top 4, so that means the 4th fastest qualifier sits on the pole. Fastest qualifier starts 4th. Everybody else starts heads up based on their qualifying time. That a passing point system used out of the heat races to take the top 12 directly into the A feature. The rest going to come out of the Bs.
So the instruction's been given here to pick up the pace just a bit. We'll see if these are qualifying laps or if we have a few hot laps here. Not sure just yet for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. Well, Joe Duvall and Ross Malone have made contact coming off of turn number 2. You can see the left side of Joe Duvall's car pretty well tore up there as he got into the right rear quarter panel of Ross Malone.
Not a great way to start the evening for the 91 of Duvall, the 20M of Malone. Never want to have to fix a car after qualifying efforts.
Mike Gokey's reaching for the Tylenol over pit side. I can tell you right now that he is probably not too thrilled to be doing 10 work here after qualifying, but nonetheless he'll put the crash cart to work. Hate to see that for Duvall, man. It's been quite a weekend for him. He just has a string of bad luck here in Petty, Texas. We heard about it a couple seasons ago when he came down for a USRA modified race, and then this weekend, of course, qualified well, ran good in his heat race last night, running up toward the front, gets a left rear flat. And Big Daddy now being tended to over at the top side of turn 4.
Yeah, I still can't get over the story you told about a couple years ago when he was here last night. Ends up fixing the lights for the guys, gets the lights back on so they can continue racing. Then as the control car gets disqualified from the pole. Last night, again, running second early in the A feature. Car had a lot of speed. Flat left rear tire for the 91 of Duvall. So, and then problems here early in qualifying sessions. So definitely hope something turns around for the 91 of Duvall pretty quick. Otherwise, he's going to be none too happy to get out of Petty, Texas later tonight.
He'll be running away from Lamar County quicker than quick and get going. Rodney Sanders rolling just past the flag stand there. We mentioned 4-time series champion. Finished third last night, started 13th. He won Real Racing Wheels B main number 1 here last night, advanced 10 spots in the A main. A 2-time winner on the series in 2021.
Yeah, and ran away with the B feature win last night, and then had a pretty quiet workmanship like A feature. You just wasn't anything flashy. You didn't really pay attention to him until all of a sudden, there's Rodney Sanders inside the top 5.
So trying to get these cars wound up here and do so without incident this time, trying to get them spaced out before we drop the green on qualifying here for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
Green flag going in the air. Looks like the first car to streak underneath a waving green flag. Going to be the 20 of Rodney Sanders. Sanders now works his way off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. He'll be the first car to go on the clock. Here for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1 off of turn number 4. We'll start showing you lap times. Sanders at a 15.430. Now stays at the top of the board. Ebert second at a 15.530. Fido Gallardo currently third. Dylan McCowan, the man on the bubble. As the field comes around to complete lap 1. Tanner Mullins jumps into the top 4 now. He sits third. That's Fido Gallardo on the bubble. Dan Ebert betters Rodney Sanders at a 15.281. So Ebert to the top of the board. Sanders second. Mullins currently third. Fido Gallardo fourth. Mullins second lap a little bit better, but not going to change him in positions. That's the way things are going to settle out. So your top 4 qualifiers there in group qualifying number 1. Starting on the pole of Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1 will be the G17 of Fido Gallardo. Third goes to the 02 of Tanner Mullins. Second to the 20 of Rodney Sanders. Quick time in group number 1, the 60 of Dan Ebert at a 15.281.
Solid qualifying there for Dan in group number 1. Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2 will be next to qualify around the Rocket Raceway Park. Another 11 drivers will come out for a green, white, checkered to set up their heat race a little bit later on in the evening. Fido on the front row of his heat race last night as well. He's got a knack for qualifying there in the sweet spot, as he will be the pole car unofficially for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. We'll get some debris cleared from the racetrack over in turn 4. Looks like the remainder of Joe Duvall's left door hanging out over there, or actually getting that from Terry to the official to take pit side.
Yeah, the only tough thing about that qualifying effort for Fido Gallardo, good starting spot on the front row, but the way the passing point system works, we saw it play out last night with a 55 of Chris Kratzer. If you start on the pole, you had better go win that race, or you're going to have an uphill battle the rest of the night. Kratzer pulling a bad pill, getting both the 12 of Jason Hughes and the 4R Derek Ramirez in his heat race, and it didn't quite work out.
Next group of drivers on the racetrack, Winona, Minnesota's Jake Tim, that Hertco and Gorilla Mill number 49, slick-looking race car for the 49 of Tim. Behind him, last night's runner-up, Jason Hughes out of Salina, Oklahoma, that Murphy Oil Company number 12. Then we will see Grand Saline, Texas racer Casey Fowler, the Texas Locomotive Solutions 64. Just in front of Ronnie Yanisek, who rolls down the back straightaway. Yanisek out of Amarillo, Texas, the Amarillo Auto Supply and Off-Road number 77. There's Carlos Amata Jr. rolling off of turn number 2, the Hacienda Mechanical 65X, along with Brandon Givens out of Wichita, Kansas, the Gressel Racing 2G. Kyle Brown had a bit of bad luck in last night's feature, nonetheless won a heat race and looked pretty good on the opening night. He's out of Madrid, Iowa, that Team Harris Auto Racing 21K, along with Ryan Wetstein. Wetstein all the way from West Concord, Minnesota, the Molt Gear number 90. Final few drivers on the track, Chris Spalding out of Montgomery City, Missouri, the Scott Bryant Dozing 00S, and Matt Jaratowski. Jaratowski out of Madison, South Dakota, the Asphalt Pros 1J, and Jason Good, another racer out of South Dakota. He's from Watertown, and the Nickerson Harvesting number 85 as we turn them loose for group qualifying in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2.
Interesting group here in heat race number 2. You see the 21K working off of turn number 2 downtown. Kyle Brown had a good night going last night until mechanical issues forced his exit in that A feature. Green flag now in the air. First car to streak under the green flag. Going to be the 2G of Brandon Givens, making his way down the back straightaway into 3 right now. So Givens will be the first car to take time. Again, we'll start giving you times as they come across the board. Givens off of turn 4, going to lay down a 15.624. Immediately, Kyle Brown goes better at a 15 up 4.07. Chris Spalding second, Givens third, Ryan Wetstein now in fourth. Kyle Brown jumps to the top of the board. Jake Tim now second at a 15 up 5.68. Brandon Givens third at a 15.576, so his second lap better, putting him inside that top 4 invert right now. It remains Brown, Tim, Givens, Spalding your top 4 as field comes around to complete lap number 2. So group number 2 qualifying efforts are completed. Your top 4 starting on the pole of Simpson Performance Products heat race number 2, the 005 of Chris Spalding to his outside, finishing third in qualifying to the 2GB of Brandon Givens. Second goes to Jake Tim and the 49 JR in quick time in group number 2 to 15.407, the 21K of downtown Kyle Brown.
Boy, what an opportunity for Chris Spalding coming up. We talked about him a little bit last night, you know, kind of underconfident coming in the weekend. I would say per his standards of what he had coming in the weekend, he's kind of overperformed. So we'll see him at the front of Fast Shafts heat race number 2. It'll be interesting to see if Spalding can seize the opportunity there in the 00S.
You know, and about the perfect starting spot, starting second too. If he can somehow manage to pick off the win, he'll get credit for a passing point as well. But for the most part, clean racetrack in front of the 005 to start the night.
So getting set for Edelbrock heat race number 3. And Tyler Davis will lead him out on the racetrack. He's out of Hayesville, Kansas, that Gerber Collision and Glass number 65. Behind him, Kerry Collins out of Tuttle, Oklahoma, the Big Boy Motorsports 3C. There's Jimmy Williams. He sat on the outside pole last night in that Williams Trucking at number 82 out of Denison, Texas, along with Brookston, Texas racer Brian Gunwald, the Hicks Muffler and Tire number 44X. Tyler Wolf Run up through the field, advanced 19 spots last night to finish 7th. He's in the Army Contractors 4W out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. And behind him, rolling into turn number 1, that's Sheridan, Wyoming's Bart Taylor. He's in the Taco John's number 369. Jared Baird races out of Norman, Oklahoma, the Maples Motorsports number 99. Down in turns 1 and 2, just ahead of him, the driver out of Chandler, Arizona. He's behind the wheel, that Arizona Tubes and Hoses number 53, JT. That is Justin Thornton. Tyler Cater will qualify in this group as well. Cater out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Minnesota Home Improvements number 5K. Max Eddie Thomas as well in this group, racing from Quinlan, Texas. He's in the Everflow Palming number 82. Believe those are all the drivers on track here for Edelbrock Heat Race number 3, group qualifying. We are missing somebody here.
Gary Collins.
Maybe somebody missing on the transponder because Collins rolls down the back straightaway. 44X of Gunwall's over in turn 2. Maybe everybody is accounted for. We just have a transponder missing, perhaps.
So while we wait for
Chris Dawson, that's who's missing there. 7X of Chris Dawson out of Lubbock, Texas.
Okay.
The Revolution Race Products number 7X.
So while we wait for Dawson to roll out onto the speedway, you know, early returns after the first 2 qualifying groups. Bryce, track about a second off pace from last night. Maybe not necessarily a bad thing, though, as again, we saw the racetrack really towards the end of the night. It continued to hold a lot of moisture. Track crews worked on the top side of the speedway to try to get some of that moisture off of it. You see a lot of that loose dirt that they scraped off the racetrack over sitting off the top side of turns 1 and 2. So the racetrack about a second off of pace, but hopefully going to hold up a little bit better, widen out, create a slick racing surface where guys can really move around and be able to create more passing than what we even saw last night.
Yeah, certainly hope that's the case. They did a great job getting that thing whipped back into shape. They were at it early this morning to, again, make an attempt at having the raciest surface possible all evening long for these drivers. We don't always have to set records in qualifying. That's there's no rule that we have to do that. So
you know, that's one positive Duval can take away from the weekend, though. We were just talking about the 91 of Big Daddy. So overall quick time and a new track record last night for the 91 of Joe Duval if you weren't here. So he'll take that award back with him to Claremore, Oklahoma, regardless of what happens the rest of the weekend. Phil going to get him wound up here for qualifying group number 3. Green flag set to come out. First car underneath a waving green flag. Looks like it may have been the 3C of Kerry Collins. Collins works down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Behind him, the 82 of Jimmy Williams working through 3 and 4 as well. So off of turn number 4, first lap to go on the board. It was the 82 of Williams that got the green flag. He crossed at a 15.951, immediately bettered by Tyler Wolf at a 15.476. Max Eddie Thomas second. Now Tyler Davis better at a 15.584. So Davis sits second. Max Eddie Thomas third. Jimmy Williams fourth. Phil coming around to complete lap number 2. See if anything gets shaken up here as the field makes their way around the speedway. Tyler Cater jumps up to fourth at a 15.935. Max Eddie Thomas still at a 15.717 sits third. Tyler Wolf, his first lap was better. Tyler Davis's first lap was better. So that's going to complete qualifying group number 3. Your top 4 in qualifying group number 3. Fourth to the 5K of Tyler Cater. Third to the 82 of Max Eddie Thomas. Second to the 65 of Tyler Davis. And Tyler Wolf, quick time at a 15.476.
So group qualifying done there for Edelbrock Heat Race number 3. We will await the drivers that will compete in MSD Heat Race number 4. Their group qualifying up next here from the Rocket Raceway Park on night number 2 of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. The second night of the season for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt. Heat race number 4 being called to the racetrack. Another 10 drivers in this group. Chris Kratzer leads them out on the racetrack. Kratzer out of Wichita, Kansas. The Wichita Tire and Alignment number 55 rolls just past the flag stand. Then it'll be Kevin Rutherford out of Flower Mound, Texas. He's in the Post Rock Beef number 9. Just to his inside, rolling off into turns 1 and 2. That's Corey Kratzer out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. The Subway 07. The other 07, that yellow and red 07, that's Chase Holland racing out of Saucier, Mississippi. The Industrial Dock and Door Company entry down the back straightaway just ahead of Jacob Bleese out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The Kevco Oil Pans and Components number 21. Gene Nicholas racing out of Lowell, Arkansas. He takes the Pig Trail Concrete Pumping 11 in down the back straightaway. Ahead of Springfield, Missouri veteran Terry Phillips in the Andes Frozen Custard 75. Lance Maury will qualify in this group as well out of Imperial, California. The Maury Brothers Incorporated 19 SB. And the final 2 cars in this group, Rick Beebe out of Shawnee, Kansas. He's in the Swift Springs number 22B. And Kenny Gaddis out of Diana, Texas. He's behind the wheel. The Transmissions Unlimited number 2G. Your drivers here in MSD Heat Race number 4. So Gaddis actually turning in a qualifying effort tonight. We mentioned he was late from work. We talked to him in the pits a little bit beforehand, but he drove from 10th to 5th last night in his heat race, transferred out of a B main as well. But nonetheless, Gaddis is going to be on the clock here tonight. We'll see what he can do in the 2G as we get set to go in MSD Heat Race number 4 group qualifying.
And the good news for Chris Kratzer tonight, no Jason Hughes or Derek Ramirez in this heat race.
He says I can pit by him. I just don't want to be in the same heat race on a regular basis. Not pitted with that Hughes Racing chassis camp necessarily this week. A little out of sort there, but you typically see him running with those guys. But yeah, you don't want to see them when you get handed that gift come qualifying time.
The 11 in of Gene Nichols going to be the first car to streak under a waving green flag. He's working down the back straightaway. Terry Phillips actually barking at the heels. You don't see these guys try to race each other too much in qualifying. We'll see how this pans out. Field comes around to complete group qualifying lap number 1. Lance Maury right now quickest at a 15.561. Terry Phillips second at a 15.607. Corey Kratzer jumps to a 15.607. Phillips was a 6.36. He's been knocked down to 4. Jacob Bleese into the 3rd spot. Maury's first lap is better as he comes across to complete lap number 2. Corey Kratzer better for his second lap, 15.566. He sits in the 2nd spot. Now Jacob Bleese to the top of the board at a 15.544. That bumps Chris Kratzer just out of the top 4. So his group qualifying 4 is complete. Your top 4 qualifiers, 4th to the 75 at Terry Phillips. 3rd to the 07 of Corey Kratzer, 2nd to the 19 SB of Lance Maury, and quick time in group number 4 to the 21 of Jacob Bleese at a 15.544.
Nice qualifying effort there for Jacob Bleese out of Chatfield, Minnesota. We'll get set for VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5. That group will be next out onto the Rocket Raceway Park. So VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5, the 5th of 6 qualifying groups here this evening. Again, fastest 4 drivers invert on the front 2 rows, so your quickest qualifier starts 4th. And passing points are applied throughout those heat races to line up the Real Racing Wheels B mains and the Summit Racing Equipment A main as we move into VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5. There's the driver that went to victory lane here in 2015. Odessa, Texas racer Philip Houston, the S&S Fishing and Rental number 71. Behind him, last night's feature winner with that Risco Industries points leader spoiler. That is Dustin Sorensen out of Rochester, Minnesota, in the heavy hitch number 19. David Tanner takes the Wichita Tank Racing at D25 down the back straightaway. Tanner out of Wichita Falls, Texas, and behind him it'll be Little Falls, Minnesota racer Landon Atkinson, the Hilmerson Sports Center number 18A. Justin McCoy in this qualifying group out of Grandview, Texas, Daugherty Brothers Construction 410. Tyson Dixon, the 101 out of Lubbock, Texas. Darren Fuquay, the 87 out of Mayetta, Kansas. Dickinson, North Dakota's Mike Hansen. Caden Carter in the 33Z out of Oskaloosa, Iowa. And Jake Gallardo in the J17 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, as we quickly get going here in group qualifying for VP Racing Fuels Heat Race number 5. Look out, David Tanner's going to go around.
David Tanner goes around the 101 of Dixon, slid up the racetrack in 3 and 4 to avoid that. And Darren Fuquay had to take evasive action as well. So interesting start here to group qualifying at number 5. Again, as we said in the first group qualifying. Don't want to get a car tore up here this early in the evening. Put yourself behind the 8-ball quick, fast, and in a hurry. So it looks like the 25 has got the car pointed back in the right direction. We're going to wind them up. Qualifying group number 5 set to go on the clock. Green flag is just about to wave. First car to streak underneath a waving green flag. Looks like it is going to be the 101 of Tyson Dixon. Dixon off into turns 1 and 2. Running the middle to top portion of the racetrack right now. Mike Hansen, the 12H, following him through 3 and 4. Off at turn number 4. We'll start giving you times. Dixon going to go around once again. Doesn't manage to keep it going. So yellow flag flies, but not before 3 cars able to lay down a lap. Caden Carter currently quickest at a 15.671. Jake Gallardo second at a 16.050. Mike Hansen third at a 16.349. Those are the 3 cars that were able to turn in a time before the yellow flag flew.
Here we go, wind them up.
And
Back up.
so Tyson Dixon being asked to exit stage right, a spin in qualifying. Negate your qualifying effort. He'll have to start at the back of heat race number 5. Field gonna wind them up. White flag waving for the D25 now, so laps being reported once again. Caden Carter still your fastest at a 15.442 now. His second lap across the board was faster. Justin McCoy currently second at a 16.033, so Caden Carter faster by 0.6. Dustin Sorensen, though, said hold my beer. Goes to a 15.379, so Dustin Sorensen currently quickest. Caden Carter second, Darren Fuqua third at a 15.639, Mike Hansen fourth. That is the way they will finish. Qualifying group number 5 again, 4th. Starting on the pole for heat race number 5 will be the 12H of Mike Hansen. Third will be the 87 of Darren Fuqua. Second, the 33Z of Caden Carter. And quick time in qualifying group number 5 at a 15.379 is the 19 of Dustin Sorensen.
So no surprise there. The 19 scores on top of group number 5 after the win here last night. We'll get set for the final qualifying group, Risco Industries heat race number 6. And it will be Chase Allen that leads him out onto the racetrack, the Midlothian, Texas racer in the Circle A Motorsports number 130. Behind him, defending series champion Derek Ramirez out of Woodward, Oklahoma, the Boom Test Well Service 4R. There's Dylan Thornton out of Santa Maria, California. He's in the Twisted Motorsports 38T, along with Jason Ingalls out of Longview, Texas, the RKT operating number 12. Kel Westover in this qualifying group out of Blair, Oklahoma, the Wichita Tank Racing 15W, along with Katy, Texas racer Colton Horner in that Modern Motorsports number 56. Driver behind him will be Chris Bragg racing out of Springtown, Texas. He's in the Cliffs Goodyear Auto Service number 24B. And Tyler Towns in that TNT Auto Sports number 12T racing out of Diana, Texas. Next driver on the track, that's Pacifica, California's Shane DeVolder, the Casey's 44S. And final driver looks to be Cool Hand Lucas Schott. He's behind the wheel, the Rochester Chevrolet number 69, as we turn them loose in the final set of group qualifying here for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt.
63 cars timing in, 6 heat races here this evening for the USMTS Modified Series. Final qualifying group on racetrack. Green flag going to wave. The 24B of Chris Bragg. He'll be the first car to go on the clock. He works his way off at turn number 2. Down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. He's got the 12T of Tyler Townsend following him through 3 and 4. First lap time for the 24B of Bragg. No, it is the 12T of Townsend, the first guy on the board. That's a 16.156. Derek Ramirez jumps to the top of the board, 15.688. Dylan Thornton immediately betters him at a 15.515. Now Westover sits third right now. Shane DeVolder, the man on the bubble at the moment. Lap 2 times coming across. Lucas Schott jumps into the second spot at a 15.673. That's going to bump DeVolder off of the bubble. Kel Westover now on the bubble as the field comes around to complete lap number 2. Looks like that's the way things will stand. So in qualifying group number 6, starting on the pole tonight in heat race number 6, the 15W is Kel Westover, third fastest to the 4R of Derek Ramirez, second to the 69 of Lucas Schott, and your quickest qualifier in your final qualifying group here this evening. And at 38T is Dylan Thornton at a 15.515. That is going to take us right into heat race action here this evening.
So we will get set with opening ceremonies here shortly to get night number 2 of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals kicked off here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Appreciate all you great race fans who have joined us here on this beautiful evening here in Petty, Texas, as well as everyone tuned in on Race and Dirt TV and Race On Texas for tonight's live broadcast of the second night of the season for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Race and Dirt. Don't forget, as you are milling about the facilities here this evening at the Rocket Raceway Park, the USMTS Fast Shafts souvenir trailer open for business all evening long. Those new 2022 racing shirts, hoodies, hats, and all other apparel available down at the USMTS souvenir trailer. Be sure to swing down there. Eric's already got his hoodie and a few other items this weekend. I don't know if you're quite working for free yet, but I think some of that paycheck's rolled right back into the Fast Shaft souvenir trailer.
Well, you know, but it's got me set up, I think, for the year, or at least the next few months anyway, until you guys come back to 81 Speedway in August. And if there's any new swag, we might just have to go shopping again.
There you go. Dylan Thornton's going to carry the nation's colors here this evening. Of course, he races now out of Keystone, Iowa, but he's originally from Santa Maria, California, a Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender. He will carry our nation's colors. Before we do that, we will have an invocation. So if you would at this time, please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your hats. Please bow your head with me as we go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we pray to you and thanks for the opportunity to come together this evening to enjoy this great sport that we all love. Father, as we do so, we continue to remember all the victims in Ukraine and those that continue to serve there and protect our freedoms daily. God, be with those people through these difficult times. Father, we also want to be with the recent families that just had loss in their lives. The Edwards family with the recent loss of Beverly Edwards, and another track in Kansas City as well, Lakeside Speedway, and the passing of Donna Mars. Just keep those families comforted through this time of grieving, Lord. Father, again, we ask for your protection here this evening, from the fans to the officials and drivers, everyone involved here tonight. Keep us safe here at the track as well as in our travels home. Lastly, and most importantly, God, we just ask and pray that all that we do be in your glory. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad sides and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly
So fireworks in the sky. We'll see plenty on the track a little bit later on in the evening here as well. Appreciate all you great race fans for joining us once again here at the Rocket Raceway Park for night number 2 of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. Kevin and Kevin with all goals to put on a full-fledged family entertainment here this weekend at the Rocket Raceway Park and all season long. There's going to be some good pyro. Some of those devices in the infield, some of the markings, they look awfully familiar, and I've seen some pretty exciting stuff happen with those in the past. So I think the parade laps could get pretty interesting come main time a little bit later on tonight.
Mini Lucas Oil Speedway, maybe? I don't know. Lucas Oil Speedway does it up right, that's for sure.
So here we go. We will roll into heat racing action here tonight. We'll kick it off with the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Division. They roll out on the racetrack for their heat races. Quickly run through the lineup of heat race number 1. We're going to see Ruben Broussard front row on the inside of Fort Worth, Texas, the 51. He'll start alongside 40 Texas racer Brett Jensen in the 123. Row 2 on the inside, the 18. That's Tim Claunch out of Quinlan, Texas. He'll line up with Chad Abernathy to his outside. Abernathy out of Mount Ida, Arkansas in car 4. Row 3 to the inside from Wills Point, Texas. That's the 98 of Chris Davis. To Chris's outside will be Nate Dixon out of Ennis, Texas in the 10. Row 4 to the inside, the 952. That's Cody Herndon. He's out of Bonham, Texas, the 952 car. And to his outside, another Mount Ida, Arkansas racer will be Ty Abernathy in the 4A. Final 2 starters scheduled to be Salina, Texas racer Richard George Jr., the 22C, alongside Russell Mahan in the 32M. Mahan out of Wolf City, Texas, your drivers in heat race number 1 for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Top 18 in passing points out of the 3 heat races will transfer directly into tonight's A main. The rest will have to work out of a B main a little bit later on in the program. There comes Tim Claunch requiring a little bit of assistance from Wes Goodwin, and he told me on the front straightaway, you got to remember he's Employee of the Month, 6th time in defending at the RPM Speedway in Crandall, Texas. He's moved his efforts over here, and he's having to take Tim Claunch to the pits right now. Every time I look down and see him flashing lights on the racetrack, Wes is not far away.
Well, you know, I mean, if you want to have a good employee at a racetrack, he's one to have, because you could tell just in the conversation we were having earlier, he was darn proud of it, too.
Yeah, he likes to have fun. Sometimes he cooks barbecue. He's a little busy with that. Sometimes don't have the barbecue trailer this weekend. That's a sore subject, but we won't get into that with he and Kevin Sestair there. But always happy to have Wes along with us as we go green in heat race number 1 here for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. 3 wide behind your leader down the back straightaway. Davis to the inside. Jensen's in the middle. Abernathy's up top. They're going to stay 3 wide there for a moment as Ruben Broussard will lead lap number 1. So Ruben Broussard out to the early lead. He led some laps in last night's A feature. Came up just a bit short in that 51, though, as the action continues for second. This is a loaded up heat race. You've got Jensen, Abernathy, Dixon, and Davis as well. All great runners as Russell Mahan. He's having some trouble down the back straightaway, but he'll keep her fired up and we'll stay green. Ruben Broussard trying to run away from this bunch, and I don't blame him. Nate Dixon just down to the inside of Jensen, racing for that 3rd place spot. Here comes Davis to the outside as they go 3 wide there. Abernathy under attack for the runner-up spot as well. They're side by side. Dixon along the inside, Abernathy through the middle. A good one going for the runner-up position. Chris Davis rolling along the top side of the racetrack. He'll be in this mix shortly as well, the 98. He's got Jensen down to his inside. Good 4-pack there, racing second on back. Broussard with the lead out in front. Dixon still in second. Abernathy settles into that 3rd place spot. Now Dixon will work back up to his outside. Jensen now dropping into 5th in that 4-car battle. Out comes the white flag here in heat race number 1. Ruben Broussard with a sizable lead, over 2 seconds last time around as we work the final circuit of this one. Got a 1.712 second advantage here on the final lap of heat race number 1. Dixon up into the 2nd place spot. Chad Abernathy, that's the top 3. Coming around to take the checkered flag. Ruben Broussard will claim heat race number 1 here for the USRA Factory Stocks. So your top three finishers in that one, Chad Abernathy hangs on to third over Chris Davis. Second will go to Nate Dixon. And your heat race winner, he's out of Fort Worth, Texas in the 51. Ruben Broussard wins heat race number 1.
That'll bring us to Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Heat number 2. Lineup's going to look like this on the pole from Ector, Texas. The 38 Double D is Rodney White. Into his outside from Blossom, Texas. The 4B is Kyle Blanton. Inside of row 2 from McKinney, Texas. The 35K Joseph Keel. To his outside in car 94 from Blossom, Texas is Destination. On the inside of row number 3 from Crandall, Texas. The 31 is Timothy Hardman. To his outside from Powderly, Texas. The 2H is Marty Hicks. Inside of row 4 from Bonham, Texas. The 104 is Juan Grahala. To his outside from Arkeely, Oklahoma, the 16G, Charles George. Your final starter from Paradise, Texas, the 51R of Ricky Shepard. That's going to bring us to a green here at Byline Surveying Stock Car Heat Race number 2. The 38D of Rodney White going to pick up where he left off last night. That car was fast, couldn't keep things together, though, as he had mechanical failures in both his heat race and A feature. We'll have to see what happens here this evening as he leads lap number 1 over the 4B of Kyle Blanton. Blanton had troubles in last night's A feature as well. Lost a wheel and tire off of that race car. Looking good so far early in this one. Third, Destination continues to work the bottom side of the speedway. He's got a pair of cars racing side by side just behind him, and the 2H of Marty Hicks, the 31 of Timothy Hardman. Hardman working to the inside of Hicks right now. Both cars looking to come after Nation. They're trying to make it 3 wide. Nation comes to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll block that. So Nation continues to run to the bottom. Meanwhile, we've got a challenge for the lead now. Up in front of the field, Kyle Blanton trying to work the bottom side of the speedway underneath the 38 Double D of Rodney White. White so far able to hold him at bay. Blanton's right front fender is just inside of the quarter panel of the 38 Double D, though. So again, challenge for the lead. Rodney White once again able to turn him away as they go nose to tail down the back straightaway. Further back, 3 wide battle as Destination continues to hold off both Timothy Hardman and Marty Hicks. Good racing throughout the field here in factory stock heat race number 2 with just 2 laps to go. Rodney White continues to lead the 4B at Kyle Blanton. Destination runs third now. Marty Hicks has gotten by the 31 of Timothy Hardman, trying to come after Nation through 3 and 4. Off of turn number 4, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Hicks challenging for the 3rd spot down the front straightaway. He's going to drive to the bottom. The 94 Nation continues to work the top side of the speedway off of turn number 2. He'll edge out in front down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, for the final time, off of turn number 4, the 38 Double D put a full race together. Rodney White going to pick up the win in heat race number 2. Kyle Blanton finishes 2nd. Hicks will take over the 3rd spot on the final lap. Destination 4th. And Timothy Hardman, your top 5. So once again, your top 5 in that one. 5th went to the 31 of Timothy Hardman. 4th to the 94 Destination. The 2H of Marty Hicks was 3rd. 2nd goes to the 4B of Kyle Blanton. And picking up the win in car 38 Double D is Rodney White.
So 3rd and final heat race for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks will be rolling out next. Dennis Slater will be on the front row of this one. He's out of Muskogee, Oklahoma. In the 19 to Dennis's outside, it's Tristan McCullough. He's out of Crandall, Texas, a 3M. Row 2 on the inside, Achille, Oklahoma's Brian Baker, the 13B, alongside Tyler Killingsworth out of Dallas in the 45. Christopher Bledsoe starts 3rd row on the inside out of Achille, Oklahoma, the 413, alongside James Proctor out of Paris, Texas in the 28. Row 4 on the inside, Dustin Choate out of 40, Texas, the 62, alongside Billy White out of Powderly, Texas in the 7K. Final starters, last night's feature winner from right down the road in Paris, that's the 5V of Michael Smith. Here we go, final heat race for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks, and we are green off of turn 4. Tristan McCullough trying to take a early advantage in this one. He will jump ahead of the field as the 45 of Tyler Killingsworth races to the outside of Dennis Slater into the 2nd place spot. Side by side there, Slater comes back at him for the runner-up position. Good racing between those two now. Killingsworth has it off of 2 and down the back straightaway as Tristan McCullough sets the pace out in front of your field. McCullough's going to go around, though. Everybody able to evade the spinning 3M. He'll keep the car going. We'll stay green. 45 of Tyler Killingsworth will inherit the lead off of that ordeal. Now Dennis Slater may see a challenge shortly out of Brian Baker in this one. Baker had a good run down the back straightaway. Dustin Choate begins to make his way forward as well in the 62. Choate, always a good runner out of Forney, Texas, trying to make his way to the top 3 as he challenges Baker through turns 1 and 2. 5 via Michael Smith also moving up through the field after that feature win last night. He's now cracked the top 5, looking for more to the outside of Choate. 62 in the 5V remain side by side now through turns 1 and 2. Smith has some momentum along the top side of the racetrack. He'll grab 4th down the back straightaway as Slater and Baker continue to race side by side in front of last night's feature winner. Meanwhile, out in front, though, Tyler Killingsworth checking out on this one, the Dallas, Texas racer, with a half a straightaway advantage over Slater. Here comes Baker back up to the outside once again in that race for second. Smith with that same line to the top side of the racetrack. Good racing there, second on back in this one. We'll see how it shakes out in the final lap as the white flag waves here on heat race number 3. Final time out of turn number 4, the 45 of Tyler Killingsworth will pick up the heat race win. A race for second coming to the checkers. Baker has it. Dead heat at the line there between Slater and Smith. Looks like Slater takes the 3rd place spot. Brian Baker crosses in the 2nd position as the 45 of Tyler Killingsworth picks up the heat race win. So the 45, Tyler Killingsworth, your heat race winner. So we are set now for the first of 6 Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series heat races presented by Race and Dirt. Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1 will be first up here this evening. Go ahead and run you through the lineup of heat race number 1. Fido Gallardo is going to sit on the front row of this one. The Gallardo Construction G17 out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Tanner Mullins will be to his outside. The Mel Hambleton Ford 02 out of Wichita, Kansas. Row 2 on the inside, a 4-time series champion, Rodney Sanders out of Happy, Texas. The Wichita Tank Racing number 20 alongside Lakeshore, Minnesota's Dan Ebert. He's in the Minnesota Truck Headquarters number 60. Row 3 on the inside, the Empire Energy number 8. That's Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri, with A.J. Hoff lining up to his outside. The A&J Electric and Underground number 55H. Row 4 on the inside, Big Daddy Joe Duval out of Claremore, Oklahoma, the DriveWFX.com number 91. Chris Clark lines up to his outside from Jackson, Wyoming, in the CarQuest 8C. Row 5, it's Jack Sarton out of Terrell, Texas, the Falcon Metals number 47. Ross Malone will be to his outside from Powderly, Texas, the D&T Dirtworks number 20M. Final starter in this one will be Jeremy Lacoe, that First Class Automotive 75J, racing out of Lincoln, Arkansas. That's how they'll line up for Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1. So, Eric, taking a look at these heat races, like we said, Fido Gallardo starting on the front row last night as well, picked up his heat race win. Fido, always a good runner. He turned that into a top 10 finish last night, and he's got last night's 4th place finisher just to his outside, Tanner Mullins, here for heat 1.
Yeah, very fast front row here in this one. And Fido Gallardo, again, has his work cut out for him in this heat race. The way the passing point system works, he needs to win this heat race if he's going to have any chance of having a pretty good night tonight. Otherwise, if he goes backwards, it's going to be an uphill night all night long. The passing point system, gaining points for every car you pass, plus your finishing position. Whereas if you fall backwards, you're subtracting points off of your final finishing position. You're penalized for cars that passed you. So again, got to make sure that you're passing race cars here in this heat race. Fido Gallardo going to have to win it from the pole. Tanner Mullins in a good spot on the outside front row. If he's able to win it, going to get passing points credit and full points for that heat race win.
Rodney Sanders and Dan Ebert lining up on row number 2. That's quite a second row in this one. Of course, Sanders, a 4-time series champion, had a couple of feature wins in 2021. Dan Ebert still searching for his first win of the season, first win in recent history. He did pick up a series victory back in the 2019 racing season at the Ogilvie Raceway in Ogilvie, Minnesota. But he's been on tour fully since 2021. Had a rough run last night in car 60, involved in an early caution.
Looks like we're missing Fido Gallardo right now, so your pole sitter not on racetrack.
So already getting word we're going to cross the field in this one. The 0-2 at Tanner Mullins will now go to the front row inside. That'll move Rodney Sanders front row outside. There comes Fido. They were beginning to cross the field over the receiver, but Fido rolls on right in the nick of time. That was almost a major uh-oh for the G17 there, as he was telling him to go ahead and cross up there on the receiver, but he rolled out right in time to avoid that, and he will keep the front row inside starting spot.
That is not the way to start tonight in one of these USMTS races, man. You want to talk about needing to win from your heat race, not even getting, or from the pole of your heat race, not even getting credit for racing at all from starting on the pole. That would be killer to the rest of your night.
So here we go, 8 laps the distance. Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1 ready for the green flag coming off of turn 4. We're underway on night number 2 here, the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals at Rocket Raceway Park. It's Gallardo and Mullins that take them through turns 1 and 2.
Mullins going to edge out in front of the G17 down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Rodney Sanders now under attack. So Fido Gallardo again going backwards early in this one. He's got Sanders at him. Now Dan Ebert works to the inside at the entry point of turns 1 and 2.
Dan Ebert working the hub of the racetrack. He finds some traction off of turn number 2. He'll pull even with Sanders for a moment. Sanders edges ahead in that race for the second place spot through turns 3 and 4. They're side by side working off of turn 4. Ebert with the advantage at the line. Good one going for second as Tanner Mullins continues to lead.
Rodney Sanders, Dan Ebert locked in a battle for the second spot. Ebert continues to work around the tires while Rodney Sanders slides up through the middle of 3 and 4. He'll nose out in front at the end of lap number 3. Sanders again to the top side of the speedway off of turn 2.
Sanders beginning to rally some momentum underneath that MB Customs along the top side of the racetrack. He'll roll right through the slick, right through the middle, that time through turns 3 and 4. Ebert all the way down to the tires along the bottom side of the racetrack. He rushes up to the cushion now to follow the 20 of Sanders along the top side of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Joe Duvall trying to move forward. He'll race by Fido Gallardo down the back straightaway. The 91 now to the 4th place spot, so keep an eye on Big Daddy as he and Fido Gallardo continue to race for 4th into turns 1 and 2.
Dylan McCowan trying to throw his hat into that battle as well. 3 cars grouped together down the back straightaway. Duval comes to the bottom of the racetrack. Fido will follow. McCowan works the middle. Now he'll slide to the top, grab some moisture off of the top of turn number 4. 6 down, 2 to go.
White flag will be to the air this time off of turn number 4. Tanner Mullins has one more lap around the Rocket Raceway Park. He'll take that Mullins chassis. Mullins powered 0-2 to the cushion once again. Sanders following in second. Third is Ebert. He won a heat race last night. He'll do it again here this evening off of turn number 4. Tanner Mullins, the winner of Simpson Performance Products heat race number 1.
Final battle for the 4th position coming off of turn 4 right now. Looks like it's going to go to the 91 of Joe Duvall by 1/15 hundredths of a second. So a very slim margin there for Joe Duvall, finishes 4th. Your top 5 in that one, the 0-2 of Tanner Mullins taking home the win. Second to the 20 of Rodney Sanders. Third to the 60 of Dan Ebert. Joe Duvall finishes 4th, and Fido Gallardo in the G17 will bring home a top 5 in heat race number 1.
So once Tanner Mullins clears the scales, he will have a word with Pat Graham. In the meantime, we'll go to work on the lineup for Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. The 00S of Chris Spaulding will be front row on the inside of Montgomery City, Missouri, and the Scott Bryant dozing number 00 to his outside will be Brandon Givens out of Wichita, Kansas. The Gressel Racing 2G starts the outside of row number 1. Then we'll see the Gorilla Mill Herco number 49 of Jake Tim on the inside of the second row out of Winona, Minnesota, alongside Kyle Brown, the Team Harris Auto Racing 21K out of Madrid, Iowa. Pick up that lineup in a moment. In the meanwhile, we'll send it down to Pat Graham, who's with Tanner Mullins.
Well, we got Tanner Mullins. He's got his helmet off. Tanner, that's a good way to start out the night on night number 2 of this big challenge here at Rocket Speedway.
Yeah, you know, the track's a little closer to our liking tonight, so, you know, I think we'll be all right. The track, I think by feature time will be pretty good, and, you I can't thank all the fans for coming out, everybody at home watching, and hopefully we can put on a good show for them.
There you have it. Tanner Mullins, your heat race winner, #1. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pat. Rolling into row number 3, That'll be Salina, Oklahoma's Jason Hughes, the Murphy Oil Company, number 12. His outside, Ryan Wetstein, West Concord, Minnesota. He's in the 90. Row 4 on the inside, Jason Good out of Watertown, South Dakota, in the 85, alongside Carlos Amata Jr., the 65X from El Paso, Texas. Ronnie Anasek starts 5th row on the inside, the 77 out of Amarillo, Texas, alongside Matt Jaratowski in the 1J. And your final starters, Casey Fowler. He's out of Grand Saline, Texas, the 64, as we crank him up here in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2.
Brandon Givens, your early leader, off at turn number 2 down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Good run for the 2G here early on the opening lap of heat race number 2. He'll lead lap number 1. Jake Tim working the bottom side of the speedway. He's got downtown Kyle Brown just behind them. Spalding racing to the outside of Jake Tim down the back straightaway. Spalding grabs a fistful of concrete, though. We'll have to keep an eye on that situation as Brandon Givens continues to lead lap number 2.
Yeah, topside narrowed up there for a moment on the 00 of Spalding. He'll follow in that 3rd place spot, though, behind Givens and Tim. He'll have a good drive off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. We'll see if he can run with those top 2 as Tim ducks down to the inside of the racetrack. Side by side now for the lead off of turn 4. New leader at the line, it's Jake Tim.
Jake Tim made up a bunch of ground on the 2G of Brandon Givens the last time by. Givens, though, going to cross him over at the backside into turns 3 and 4. Now he'll slide up, clip the nose of the 49. Tim crosses back under. Good race for the lead.
What a race for the top spot down into turns 1 and 2. Tim back down to the inside, door to door with the Gressel Racing 2G of Brandon Givens. Givens shakes him off down the back straightaway. Tim will come back at him through turns 3 and 4, though. Great duel out in front of this one, side by side for the lead. It's still Tim and 49.
We got 2 cars battling for the lead. We got 4 cars nearly 4 wide into turns 1 and 2. That didn't last long as Spalding went around. Amata Jr. takes evasive action, and we've got a yellow flag situation on the speedway. Cars nearly 4 wide at the entry point of turns 1 and 2, and something had to give. Unfortunately, it was your outside front row starter, the 005 of Chris Spalding.
Yeah, tough break for the 00 of Spalding there in turns 1 and 2. So, Pat, quickly as we get set for the restart in this one, talk about a great race out in front right now. Jake Tim and Brandon Givens really in a good battle for the top spot.
Yeah, it is, and kind of trading spots back and forth, and it's been fun to watch that track as it's come in off of 2. A little bit of crisscross and sliders, but plenty of room to make those passes, and it's been a lot of fun. And we'll see how these last few laps go, but so far this has been the heat race of the night.
So 5 laps completed and 3 to go in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. Brandon Givens with the choice of line on row number 2. He'll stay to the outside. That'll send Ryan Wetstein to the inside of this restart. Jake Tim will have control of the restart with 5 in and 3 to go. The Gorilla Mill 49, new wrap, new marketing partner alongside that Herco 49 this season. Pretty neat look for the Winona, Minnesota racers. He gets set to bring us up to speed for the remainder of Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. And we're back underway off of turn 4.
Green flag in the air. Jake Tim hits the top side of the speedway. Givens will follow. Wetstein tries to slide up in front. Givens will race to the outside. Now here comes Kyle Brown into the 3rd spot. Wetstein under attack. Brown's got Good following him, but Good losing speed in the middle part of the racetrack as Jake Tim continues to lead.
Jake Tim leads. Kyle Brown, Brandon Givens continue to battle for the 2nd position in this one. Several drivers trying to move forward now. You've got Wetstein, Amata, Hughes, and Good all back there trying to make their way forward. As the white flag waves out in front, 1 more lap to go in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2.
Downtown, Kyle Brown trying to run to the front of the pack. He's running in the 2nd spot right now. Good passing points for the 21K as he's grabbed 2 positions at the checkered flag. Jake Tim going to win heat race number 2. Kyle Brown 2nd. Brandon Givens 3rd. 4th will go to the 90 of Ryan Wetstein, and Jason Good brings home a top 5.
So Jake Tim will take the Herco Mind Over Metal, Gorilla Mill, River City Manufacturing and Machining in 49. Jake Tim will go to victory lane there in Fast Shafts Heat Race number 2. We'll set the lineup quickly here for Edelbrock Heat Race number 3. Tyler Cater will be on the front row of this one. He's out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, the Minnesota Home Improvements 5K. To his outside, the Everflow Plumbing number 82. That's Max Eddie Thomas out of Quinlan, Texas. The Gerber Collision and Glass 65 will start on the inside. That's Tyler Davis out of Hayesville, Kansas, with Tyler Wolf to his outside. Fayetteville, Arkansas, on the Army Contractors 4W. Row 3 on the inside, the Williams Trucking 82. That's Jimmy Williams out of Denison, Texas. Bart Taylor starts to his outside from Sheridan, Wyoming. The Taco John's 369. Row 4 on the inside, it's Norman, Oklahoma's Jared Baird. He pilots the Maples Motorsports number 99B with Kerry Collins to his outside. Out of Tuttle, Oklahoma, the Big Boy Motorsports the Big Boy Motorsports 3C. Row 5 to the inside, Brian Gunwall out of Brookston, Texas. He's in the ABC Auto 44X. And he'll see Justin Thornton up to his outside from Chandler, Arizona. He is behind the wheel of the Barnett Harley-Davidson number 53 JT. Final starter in this one, scheduled to be Chris Dawson. He's behind the wheel of the Revolution Race Products 7X out of Lubbock, Texas. As we await Jake Tim to cross the scales, he got in the back of the line there after making an extra lap after his heat race, but I did get successfully through the lineup of that one without needing oxygen.
Small victories. Small victories. We'll take it. We'll take it.
So we'll see if we can get a word with him shortly. It may be after this next heat race. So far, caution lights still out here before the start of Edelbrock Heat Race number 3. Tyler Cater and Max Eddie Thomas on row number 2 as we send it down to Pat Graham to have a word with Jake Tim.
Jake, we'll get a quick word with you here. How much fun was that back and forth with you with Brandon Givens in that heat race?
That was a blast. That was fun racing. Glad they got the track dialed in tonight. Todd was working hard on it all day. Hats off to those guys. But yeah, hopefully we can get a good redraw and maybe win a feature tonight. So we'll see.
There you have it. Your heat race winner, Jake Tim. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pat. Cater and Thomas on row 1. Tyler Davis and Tyler Wolf on row 2. Jimmy Williams, Bart Taylor, row 3. Jared Baird, Kerry Collins, row 4. Brian Gunwall, Justin Thornton, and Chris Dawson. Looks like we've lost Thornton here at the start of the green flag of this one. Nonetheless, we'll get underway. Edelbrock Heat Race number 3 comes under the green flag here at Rocket Raceway Park. Tyler Cater trying to wrestle Max Eddie Thomas for that top line. He will successfully do so. He'll grab the lead away from the 82. Tyler Davis along the inside into second here as we complete lap number 1.
This may work out to the benefit of Tyler Davis as he looks like he's good around the bottom side of the speedway. Now he'll drive up the racetrack at the exit of 2. Cater slips up as well. Davis takes over the lead. Cater trying to come back to the inside. Davis will open the exit up of turn number 4. He'll lead lap number 2.
Good racing between Tyler Davis and Tyler Cater. Oh, Max Eddie Thomas into the side of Cater coming out of turn number 2. So contact between the 82 of Thomas and the 5K of Cater, and we will go under the caution flag.
Max Eddie Thomas pulling away from the accident scene, and likely wisely so if he's able to do it. I can imagine the 5K of Cater probably not going to be a very happy camper inside that race car.
Yeah, those two came together on the exit turn number 2. I think I got a little rough between those two a couple laps ago as well. So Max Eddie Thomas into the side of Cater there. Then we will take a look at Max Eddie's 82 here on the front.
So Eddie Thomas and Cater had been racing hard with each other again. Cater had opened the door for Tyler Davis. Davis from 3rd to 1st right now. He's got the 4W of Tyler Wolf just behind him, and
we got Max Eddie Thomas rolled away from that. I know Tyler Cater as well. They were taking a look at those race cars. Pat, did you see that contact coming off of turn 2?
I will be honest, that one I did not see, Bryce. It's just, once you get up over that berm, the best I can see is you just get over that berm and there's kind of that, I call it dead space above the track there. And once you get over the top of that, it's hard to bring it back. So once one of them got up there and, it just collected the other driver as well. So I'm just guessing from just seeing the aftermath, that's what probably occurred.
So from one night to the next, a lot of difference in track conditions as well. Touch on that a little bit as you've got a view down there in the infield.
Yeah, and even, like Jake mentioned, the drivers like it better when it's like this, slick top to bottom, and they can do the slide jobs and so forth. So fun for the drivers, fun for the fans, and I think it's going to be a great night, and obviously these first few heat races have shown.
Thank you very much, Pat. Getting set to go in the restart of this one. 2 laps completed, 6 laps remain. Edelbrock heat race number 3, back under the green flag, and Tyler Wolf now will go after Tyler Davis as we're back underway in heat 3.
Davis grabs about a car length lead down the back straightaway with 3 and 4. Wolf will drive to the bottom, following in the wheel tracks of car 65. Davis continues to lead lap number 3 at the flag stand.
So Tyler Davis, Tyler Wolf, those two rush the cushion once again through turns 1 and 2. Jimmy Williams up into that 3rd place spot. He's got Jared Baird working his outside. Bart Taylor's putting together a pretty good run up in that 5th place spot. The Sheridan, Wyoming racer. The Taco John's 369. Now Chris Dawson going to work on him. That's the battle for 5th down into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, 2 by 2 from 3rd on back. Baird now runs in the 3rd spot. Williams back to 4th. We've got Dawson challenging the inside of Bart Taylor through 3 and 4. Now Dawson going to try to sneak to the inside of Williams, nearly 3 wide at the exit of turn number 4.
Dawson, similar to Kenny Gaddis last night, did not qualify here this evening. He's rolled from the 10th place spot into 5th, maybe more now as he challenges Jimmy Williams for the 4th place spot. Dawson, a veteran racer out of West Texas, putting it together here tonight as he rolls up into the 4th place spot now and tries to go after Jared Baird.
Problems for Bart Taylor as he's now all the way at the back of the field. Max Eddie Thomas got crossed up trying to avoid the 369. Meanwhile, back up front into turns 1 and 2, Tyler Davis takes the white flag. 1 trip around left for car 65.
Final lap of Edelbrock heat race number 3 into turn number 3 out of turn number 4. Checkers come to the air for Hayesville, Kansas racer Tyler Davis here in Edelbrock heat 3.
Tyler Davis wins heat race number 3. Tyler Wolf finishes 2nd. Jared Baird finishes 3rd. Chris Dawson 4th, and Jimmy Williams will round out your top 5. Again, a good heat race performance for Tyler Davis in car 65. 3rd to 1st. That's a good number for later tonight, getting into tonight's A-feature event.
So once we clear Tyler Davis from the scales, we'll have a word with Pat Graham down in the infield. Your lineup for MSD Heat Race number 4, we'll see the Andy's Frozen Custard 75 on the front row of this one. Springfield, Missouri's Terry Phillips. He lines up to the inside of Corey Crapser out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin in the 07. Row 2 to the inside, the Maury Brothers Incorporated 19 SB. That's Lance Maury out of Imperial, California. He sees Jacob Bleast to his outside, the Kevco Oil Pans and Components 21 out of Chatfield, Minnesota. Row 3 to the inside of Wichita, Kansas, the Wichita Tire and Alignment 55. That is Chris Kratzer with Chase Holland to his outside. He's going to line up in that Industrial Dock and Door Company 07 out of Saussure, Mississippi. Down to Pat here, who's with Tyler Davis.
We'll let Tyler get his earphones out. Tyler, second night in a row, we're talking to you. Now we can interview you later in the night. It'd be even better, wouldn't it?
Boy, I probably want it more than anybody. We're working hard. We just got to get this thing to work a little better late in the A. We faded it last night, and I think we got something.
There you have it. I call it the Tyler Heat Race. And how about that Packer helmet? He's got the logo on there. Tyler Davis, your Heat Race winner.
Thank you, Pat. Moving along through the rest of the lineup of MSD Heat Race number 4. The Post-Rock Beef number 9 of Kevin Rutherford starts 4th row on the inside of Flower Mound, Texas. Kenny Gaddis is outside. The Transmissions Unlimited 2G from Diana, Texas, along with Rick Beebe out of Shawnee, Kansas, the Swift Springs 22B. And Lowell, Arkansas's Gene Nicholas, the Gene Nicholas LLC 11N, as we turn them loose in MSD Heat Race number 4.
Corey Crapser jumps to the outside of Terry Phillips. Phillips wrestles the line away from him, though. He'll take the lead down the back straightaway. Crapser followed by Lance Maury. Now Blease going to work the middle part of the racetrack. He'll slide up, grab some cushion off at turn number 4, race to the outside of Maury once again.
So Terry Phillips out in front of your field in the early goings of MSD Heat Race number 4. Corey Crapser trying to chase him down. Blease quickly up into the 3rd place spot. Lance Maury in 4th, and Chase Holland. That is the top 5 here as we come around to complete lap number 2. Keep an eye on Blease. He's got some momentum wound up. He'll dive to the inside of the racetrack. Clear by Crapser into 2nd. Crapser ready for it. Crosses him over side by side between Crapser and Blease into turns 3 and 4.
Jacob Blease, a driver we talked about last night, had a very good end to the 2020 racing season and hasn't been able to find the same momentum since. Looking good here early in heat race number 4. He continues to work to the outside of Corey Crapser. Crapser dives to the bottom of turns 3 and 4. Blease works the top. Off of turn number 4, they're still door to door.
Yeah, best battle on the track right now for the runner-up position. Crapser down to the inside. Blease keeping the momentum wound up in that Kevco Oil Pans number 21. Couple of Vanderbilt race cars right there battling for the second position in this one. A Crapser all the way to the hub of the racetrack as Blease continues to work the top line. Now Crapser rolls up through the middle. He'll find a little bit of traction to work with. Not enough, though, to pull alongside Blease as Terry Phillips will come around to lead with 6 laps in and 2 to go.
2 laps to go. Blease just about did the last lap by in turns 1 and 2. What we saw guys do last night, took a big rut in 1 and 2. Car pushed up the racetrack, able to save it though. Crapser about a car length behind, still trying to race to the inside of the 21. Phillips takes the white flag. Blease continues to run second, Crapser third. Lance Murray fourth, Chase Holland your top 5 as Terry Phillips makes his way down the back straightaway for the final time. Off of turn number 4, Terry Phillips going to come to MSD heat race number 4 victory lane. Blease will finish second, Corey Crapser third, Lance Murray fourth, Chase Holland will finish out your top 5.
So there you have it. MSD heat race number 4 will go to the veteran out of Springfield, Missouri in the GRT by Phillips. Durham Racing Engines powered. Andy's Frozen Custard. Don Babb Motorsports. Mesilla Valley Transportation 75. Terry Phillips, your winner in MSD heat race number 4. Begin running through the lineup of VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. We'll find Mike Hansen on the front row of this one, the River's Edge RV Park 12H out of Dickinson, North Dakota. Darren Fuquay goes to his outside from Mayetta, Kansas, the big-time Bell Bonds 87. Caden Carter behind the wheel of the Casey's 33Z this weekend out of Oskaloosa, Iowa, and to his outside, Dustin Sorensen of Rochester, Minnesota, the heavy hitch number 19. Row number 3 to the inside will be Justin McCoy out of Grandview, Texas. He pilots the Doherty Brothers Construction 410. He'll see Landon Atkinson to his outside, the Hilmerson Sports Center 18A at Little Falls, Minnesota. As we'll send it down quickly trackside, Pat Grams with Terry Phillips.
Already got the helmet off. He's a professional at this. Terry, little different track conditions tonight from last night.
Yeah, it's slick, but I mean, it's got places, so it gives a little character. So it's a really cool racetrack. I just got to figure it out, you know.
That was, yeah, a little bit different last night than for tonight. The guy that won the heat race before had a Packer logo on his helmet. I was kind of partial to that, but I see he got the Chiefs logo.
I didn't hear what you said, but yeah, but see, he don't. They're just not as good. I mean, hopefully I can beat him and show who's the boss.
There you have it. Terry Phillips, your heat race winner.
You just got to work a little bit, but you'll always get something good out of Terry Phillips in an interview. You just got to work for it sometimes. TP always has good material. Rolling along to row number 4, VP Racing Fuels Heat 5. It'll be Jake Gallardo to Las Cruces, New Mexico, the G3 Fitness J17. Philip Houston to his outside, pastime winner here at Petty, Texas. He pilots the S&S Fishing and Rental 71 out of Odessa, Texas. And your final 2 starters, David Tanner, the Wichita Tank Racing D25 out of Wichita Falls, Texas. And Tyson Dixon out of Lubbock, Texas, in the KD Automotive 101. Last night's feature winner, Dustin Sorensen on the outside of row number 2 as Mike Hansen and Darren Fuquay get set to bring us to green.
Yeah, real quickly, for those that don't know, Terry Phillips, a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan, has a Chiefs helmet at each and every race. So green flag is in the air for heat race number 5. Mike Hansen to the middle part of the racetrack. Darren Fuquay going to grab the lead off of turn number 2. Sorensen tries to find some traction on the cushion. He'll come after Hansen to the bottom side of turns 3 and 4. They've got Caden Carter working just in front of them. Darren Fuquay, though, will lead lap number 1.
Caden Carter had a roller coaster night last night. He set second in his heat race. He finished second last night in his heat race, was disqualified, and did not make his way back up through a B main. What was given a provisional into last night's A main. He runs second right now, just behind the 87 of Darren Fuquay as we work the first couple laps of VP Racing Fuels Heat 5 side by side for the lead, working off of turn 2.
Caden Carter taking a look at the 87 of Fuquay. Furious battle over the 4th and 5th spot between Dustin Sorensen and Landon Atkinson as well. Carter up front continues to show the nose to the inside of the 87 of Fuquay. Fuquay comes down the racetrack, about clips the nose of the 33 down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Fuquay leads by 2 car lengths. Carter going to attack the bottom once again.
Good racing for the top spot. The gas man, Caden Carter, down to the inside of the big-time Bell Bonds. 87 to Darren Fuquay. Carter trying to edge ahead of Fuquay. Look out, Sorensen. He was headed to Petty there for a moment. He gets the car gathered back beneath him. Headed to Paris, actually. We'll get turned around there, but Sorensen gets it back beneath him, and the 12 of Hansen now has a shot for that third place spot as Fuquay and Carter continue to shoot it out for the lead.
Here's another driver that had a good run going last night before mechanical issues ended his night early. The 12H of Hansen still trying to race to the outside of Sorensen. Sorensen will pull away though. Landon Atkinson trying to work to the inside of Hansen. Meanwhile, up front, the leaders continue to wage war at the front of the field. Coming to the white flag, it's going to be Darren Fuquay off of turn number 4 with 1 lap to go.
Final lap, VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. Fuquay trying to hang on. They'll hustle down the back straightaway for the final time here in VP Racing Fuels heat race number 5. Carter with one last shot. Checkers to the air off of turn number 4. Fuquay upsets the car, but will hang on. Darren Fuquay, your heat race winner.
Darren Fuquay going to win heat race number 5 over the 33Z at Caden Carter. Justin Sorensen finishes 3rd. Mike Hansen 4th. Justin McCoy in the 410 finishes 5th. Landon Atkinson 6th. Jake Gardner 7th. Philip Houston 8th. David Tanner 9th. 10th goes to the 101 of Tyson Dixon. So that's the way heat race number 5 finishes up here this evening.
Risco Industries heat race number 6 will be rolling out next with Blair, Oklahoma's Cale Westover front row on the inside in the Western Flyer Race Cars 15W. It is outside defending series champion Derek Ramirez out of Woodward, Oklahoma, the Boom Test Well Service 4R. Back to row 2, it's Lucas Schott out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the Rochester Chevrolet number 69 alongside Dylan Thornton. He's in the Twisted Motorsports 38T out of Santa Maria, California. Row 3 on the inside, the Vanderbilt Race Cars 44F. That's Shane DeVolder out of Pacifica, California, alongside Chase Allen out of Midlothian, Texas, the Circle A Motorsports number 130. As we'll send it down to Pat Graham, he's going to talk to Darren Fuquay, who held on to win VP Racing Fuels Heat 5.
Darren, you got your helmet off that. You and Caden had a little bit of a battle going there. He got close to you and got side by side, but then you felt like you picked up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, he raced me good. I kept seeing him. I was having trouble through the ruts, but I moved up down to 3 and 4, and it got me just a little bit more I needed to kind of get away from him.
A little bit better results than last night, so what's it going to take you to get up front in the A feature?
Oh, just some laps. It's a new Mullins car. Just drives different what I'm used to. I got to thank Big Time Bell Bonds, Arbor Masters, Harold's Tire, DreamWorks Custom Coaches, and then a bunch of other people. We'll get them next time, but if it wasn't for everybody, I wouldn't be able to do this.
There you have it. Your heat race winner, Darren Fuquay. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pat. Rest of the lineup in Risco Industries Heat 6. Katy, Texas racer Colton Horner on the inside of the 4th row. He's in the 56 alongside the TNT Auto Parts 12T at Tyler Townsend out of Diana, Texas. Jason Engel, the IRP Race Cars 12G. 5th row on the inside with Chris Bragg out of Springtown, Texas, the 24B. Looks like Cale Westover electing to go to the tail of the field. They sort the rest of the lineup out in this one as we turn them loose. Risco Industries heat race number 6, final heat of the night here for the USMTS Modifieds.
Shane DeVolder and Derek Ramirez race door to door to turns 1 and 2. Ramirez will edge out in front into 3 and 4. Lucas Schott working the bottom side of the speedway. He'll drive by the 44 DeVolder. So Lucas Schott takes over the 2nd spot at the end of lap number 1 while Derek Ramirez continues to lead.
So the Rammer out in front of this one after some hard luck last night in the Summit Racing Equipment A main. He's put that Ramirez Motorsports 4R back out in front. A couple rookies going at it. Dylan Thornton in the 38T and Shane DeVolder in the 44F. Those two Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contenders duel side by side for 3rd. DeVolder with the slight advantage down the back straightaway.
Chase Allen working in the 5th spot. Look at the 15W of Cale Westover. He's moved up a handful of positions trying to knock his way into the top 5. He races to the outside of Allen. Allen looking to the inside of Thornton right now. That's a good 3-car battle down the back straightaway into 3 and 4.
Out in front, it's still Ramirez, your leader. 2nd is Lucas Schott. 3rd is Shane DeVolder. 4th is Dylan Thornton. And 5th, Chase Allen. Again, Cale Westover trying to crack into the top 5. From there, it's Tyler Townsend in 7th. Chris Bragg, Colton Horner rounding out the running order of this one as still smooth sailing for Ramirez out in front.
Ramirez largely unchallenged, but Lucas Shaw not letting him run away with this one right now, lurking a couple of car lengths behind the 4R. DeVolder reeling the 69 back in as well, trying to bring the 38 of Thornton with them. Meanwhile, we've got caution on the speedway, problems in turn number 2.
Cale Westover's 15W looked like he just slid around on his own. I kind of caught the tail end of that, but nonetheless, Westover, the cause for the caution there in Risco Industries heat race number 6. 5 laps completed and 3 to go.
Cale Westover had made good ground after electing to start at the rear. You got to wonder if maybe they found an issue with that race car and wasn't sure what the situation was going to pan out like here for this heat race, and if that's why he elected to start at the rear of the field. Nevertheless, all the work that he's done thus far, all for naught, as he'll have to drop back to the tail once again.
So, Pat, we were talking here. Cale Westover, originally slated to start front row on the inside, had to tag to the back. He worked his way nearly into the top 5 and unfortunately goes around there in turn 2.
Yeah, it's, like we talked earlier, it's a big adjustment for some of these guys from last night. That track is, really slicked off there off of 2, and he just got in there a little hot and I think got turned around. So, tough break for him. And but this race hasn't been as much side by side, but still a lot of action and really 3-wide racing a lot of times going on in turns 3 and 4. So, yeah, we'll see if he can take the tail and try to come back up through again.
So there we go, just 3 laps remain in Risco Industries heat race number 6. Derek Ramirez back on the loud pedal. We're back underway in your final heat of the night here for the USMTS Modifieds. Lucas Schott in that new Mullins Racing chassis, trying to get that thing beneath him and turned around here this evening. He's got Shane DeVolder battling to his outside. Good race there for second as we work around to complete lap 6.
Shane DeVolder absolutely giving the car everything it's got right now into turns 1 and 2 again. Throws the car, hits the top side of the speedway. Still some moisture, I believe, lurking in the surface from last night, as well as DeVolder has been able to find it, gained momentum, runs into the second spot. Now he's coming after the 4R Ramirez at the white flag. 1 to go for the 4R.
Boy, DeVolder's got a big run along the top side of the racetrack in the final lap of this one. He'll hit the sweet spot off the top side of turn number 2. New leader down the back straightaway to the checkers in this one. Who's it going to be? Ramirez to the inside, DeVolder up top. Derek Ramirez hangs on at the line.
Shane DeVolder again driving the 44S for all it was worth. Comes up about a half car length short as Derek Ramirez picks up the win. Again, DeVolder second. Lucas Schott finishes third in car 69. The 12T of Tyler Townsend fourth. And Cale Westover once again driving back up into the top 5. So he'll finish 5th, and that'll do it for USMTS Modified Heat Race action here this evening.
So with that, we will wait for one more driver to clear the scales. It's Woodward, Oklahoma's Derek Ramirez, that Hughes Racing chassis, Cornet Lightning powered, Boom Test Well Service, McCartney Welding Services, Raw Truck Wash, Coda Services, Woodward Steel, and S&S Fishing and Rental number 4R. Derek Ramirez, your winner in Risco Industries heat race number 6. Pat Graham awaits to have a word with the Rammer after the heat race win.
Derek, you got the helmet off. Last night's feature didn't go great. You had a good heat race last night, a little better heat race tonight, and had a little tough run or competition there in that last couple laps.
Yeah, I don't think I needed that yellow there. I figured somebody would probably bonsai the top and maybe get me. I changed my lineup a little bit. I thought the bottom was getting way better, and like I said, somebody was going to get a run, but I was kind of ready for it. And, I hit my line just perfect coming out of 4, so that helped me win it.
There you have it. Derek Ramirez picks up the last heat race win.
Thank you very much, Pat. Moving along in the program here, we will have the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Cars heat race number 1 coming at you.
USRA Stock Car Heat Race number 1 lineup's going to set like this on the pole from Caddo Mills, Texas. Driving car number 2R, it'll be Michael Risky. And to his outside from Little Rock, Arkansas, car number 3 is Arlen Stewart. On the inside of row 2 from Lubbock, Texas, car number 47 is Trey Melton. To his outside from Bells, Texas, the 21P is Paul Peters. Your third and final row from Chateau, Oklahoma on the inside. In car 110J, it's JD Jackson. To his outside from Sherman, Texas, the 129 is Matt Risky. 6 cars going 7 laps in distance for Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race number 1. So green flag to the air. The stock car field files down into turns 1 and 2. Your early leader going to be the 2R of Risky. 3 wide behind him for the second spot. Arlen Stewart, last night's A feature winner, drives into the second spot through turns 3 and 4. He's got, I believe that's the 29 working to his inside, or excuse me, that's the 21P of Paul Peters. So Peters working to the inside of Arlen Stewart. Field's going to file through turns 3 and 4 once again. Again, 4 cars battling over the second spot, while the 2R of Michael Risky continues to run out in front of the field. The 29 going to go around. That's the 129 of Matt Risky, who started at the back of the field. He sits backwards at the bottom of turns 1 and 2. That's going to bring us to a caution here in Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race number 1. So Matt Risky going to have to get the car pointed back in the right direction, tag the back of the field. Running order at the front of the field, the 2R of Michael Risky, your leader. Arlen Stewart in car number 3 runs second right now. Then it's the 110J of J.D. Jackson, the 21P of Paul Peters. Trey Melton in car 47. Then the 129 of Matt Risky rounds out your field. So line's going to go out down the back straightaway again. The 2R Michael Risky will bring the field back to green. Arlen Stewart on the inside of that double file row. Again, he was your A feature winner in last night's stock car event. Green in the air, field back to racing action into turns 1 and 2. Now the 2 of Risky gets a little tag from the 110 of J.D. Jackson. Risky goes around. Jackson takes the lead. Green still out so far, but the caution flag going to fly once again. Yes.
Yeah. The 110 car will be going to tail. 110 going to tail.
So the call over official radios, the 110 of J.D. Jackson being charged for the caution, getting into the back of the 2R of Michael Risky, sending Risky around. So Michael Risky actually going to retain his position at the front of the field. The 110 of J.D. Jackson will be sent to the tail of the field, and we'll restack them once again.
So real quick announcement here. John McClain needs to head down to the pit shack. John McClain lost his cell phone. I think that's the same John McClain from Nakatomi Plaza out in Los Angeles. Are we talking diehard John McClain?
There's probably a slim chance of that. I feel like John McClain might be a common enough name. We might be talking about 2 different guys there.
Exactly. Stick says classic Christmas film. We get the fight started here in Texas. But John McClain, your cell phone's down at the pit shack. They're holding it hostage.
Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car Heat Race number 1 back to green. Risky going to take the lead off of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Now it's the 21P of Paul Peters that works into the second spot. Arlen Stewart continues to work behind them in third and turns 3 and 4. Field rifles down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Stewart going to go back to the top side of the speedway. Again, that's last night's A feature winner. We're 2 by 2 down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Michael Risky continues to lead the field. Arlen Stewart tangling with Paul Peters right now. Stewart works to the outside. He'll take over the second spot. Paul Peters working back to his inside, and problems once again for the 129 of Matt Risky. He sits backwards at the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. Yellow flag going to fly once again.
Well, Eric, you drew a bit of a doozy here, haven't you?
Yeah, well, you know, a few cautions. It's all good.
I want to make a mention here. Brian Denick tuned in. Of course, we mentioned him last night. Hamilton County Speedway voice there, as well as the promoter at Sports Park Raceway in Fort Dodge. His son, Paul, having a birthday, so birthday shout-out. Paul Denick watching back at home.
Happy birthday, Paul. Glad you're tuned into RacingDirt.com tonight, watching some USMTS racing action here from Petty, Texas. Again, for those of you out there watching at home, whether you're on RacingDirt.com or on RaceOnTexas.com, go ahead and give us a shout out. Pull out the phone, hit the Twitter button at RacingDirt.com. Tag us in that, and might just make the show tonight. We'll keep track of that throughout the evening as possible.
Yeah, a couple other non-Twitter shout-outs. Logan Staley watching again here this evening from Louisiana.
Got to remember Mom and Dad again.
That's right. They haven't sent the official word in, but I know they're watching.
There you go. Off of turn number 4, green flag is in the air once again. Michael Risky going to lead the field back through turns 1 and 2. A battle of attrition here, down to 4 race cars as they run down the back straightaway, nose to tail, into 3 and 4. It's Michael Risky, Arlen Stewart, Paul Peters, and then the 47 of Trey Melton are the 4 cars on racetrack. White flag flying, 1 lap to go. Paul Peters right up to the backside of the 3 of Arlen Stewart. Now he'll look to the inside. Battle for the second spot for the final set of corners here. Michael Risky going to come off of turn 4. He'll win heat race number 1. Paul Peters snags the runner-up spot. Arlen Stewart will finish 3rd. Trey Melton 4th. That's the way the 4 cars on track running at this point in time will finish Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car heat race number 1. Bryce, we're going to hand it over to you for heat race number 2.
Thank you, Eric. Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Car heat race number 2 set to roll out. James McMillan will be front row on the inside, or front row inside. He was last night's runner-up out of Warrensburg, Missouri. The 8M of McMillan will start front row, and alongside him, John Winters out of Pattonville, Texas, the 13. Row 2 on the inside, the 22, that's Dwayne Pritchett. He's out of Combine, Texas, alongside Shelby Williams out of Bonham, Texas, in the 82. Final 2 starters, Chris Webb out of Hendricks, Oklahoma, the 858. And Aurora, Missouri's Zeb Keeper, car 2, will start to the outside of the 3rd row. So that's how they will stack up here in heat race number 2. Douglas Distributing, a great marketing partner here at the track for the USRA Stock Car Division. Of course, Medieval Chassis, the title sponsor nationally for the USRA Stock Cars. Want to give a shout out to Jesse and Dana Olson there in Mankato, Minnesota with Medieval Chassis, as well as Douglas Distributing here at the Rocket Raceway Park. So here we go. James McMillan, last night's runner-up on the inside of the front row. John Winters to the outside. 6 cars, 7 laps. Heat race number 2 for the Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Cars. James McMillan off and running in this one. Wayne Pritchett down to the inside. There goes the 82 of Shelby Williams up to the outside into 2nd. Racing side by side there for the number 2 spot. Dwayne Pritchett along the inside. Williams through the middle. May make it a 3-car race for the lead in this one as they work down to the inside of McMillan. 3 wide there coming off of turn number 2. Good race at the front of the field in this one. Trying to go 3 wide once again for the top spot. Dwayne Pritchett. A little bit of contact there on Shelby Williams. That's going to allow Chris Webb to get in the mix now for 3rd. These stock cars putting on a good show here again this evening as Shelby Williams goes pedaling down to the inside of the 8M of James McMillan. Good side-by-side action there between your leaders working off of turn 4. Still door-to-door out in front of your field. The 82 of Williams on the inside. McMillan right through the middle. Door-to-door working off of turn number 4. Great heat race here for heat 2. The Douglas Distributing USRA Stock Cars dead even at the line between Williams and McMillan. A 6/1000th of a second separated the 82 and the 8M. Laps clicking away here. 5 in, 2 to go this time around. Still door-to-door out in front. This time McMillan with a 0.195 second advantage at the line. Great shootout out in front of this one as the 858 of Chris Webb rolls in the 3rd place spot. Dwayne Pritchett's back into 4th. Zeb Keeper 5th. The 13 of John Winters rounds out your field. This time around it's going to be Shelby Williams that grabs the top spot away from McMillan. Side-by-side racing once again for the lead and now the win in this one. Door-to-door down the back straightaway. Checkers in hand. Who's going to get it? Williams along the inside. McMillan upstairs, door-to-door off of turn 4. At the line, too close to call. It's going to go to McMillan. So great finish to that one. Chris Webb crosses in third, 0.031 seconds back in the runner-up spot. Shelby Williams crosses in the number 2 spot, and your heat race winner making the trip down from Warrensburg, Missouri. How about it for James McMillan in the 8M?
I'm just going to say this now. It's not fair you got the good one.
Not only does that deal you some more work, I think you're going to have 2 more limited modified heat races than I'm going to have too. And you had a lengthy heat race number 1 for the stock cars, but a good one. I think that feature tonight for the stock car race is going to be one to watch.
It absolutely will. With that, we're going to move on to the Colton & Son Ready Mix USRA limited modified heat races. Heat race number 1 lineup's going to look like this. On the pole from Tulsa, Oklahoma, the number 6P, that'll be John Potter, and to his outside from Lakeside City, Texas, the 17A is Aaron Alley. On the inside of row number 2 from Greenville, Texas, he was last night's A feature winner. The 20D is Rowdy Day. To his outside from Wichita, Wichita Falls, Texas, 41 is Josh Knoyer. On the inside of row number 3 from Kaufman, Texas, the number 31 is Mason Martin. To his outside from Royce City, Texas, the R143, that's Kevin Forrester. Row 4 on the inside from Fredericksburg, Texas, the 1B, that's Braden Beard. And to his outside, also from Fredericksburg, the 2B, that is Bryce Beard. Your 9th and final starter here on heat race number 1 for your limited modifieds from Springdale, Arkansas. The 53H is Ty Hollingsworth. 9 cars set to go 7 laps in distance for Colton & Son Ready Mix USRA limited modified heat race number 1. Flag in the air, field rifles into turns 1 and 2. John Potter, your early leader, yellow, immediately comes back out. So a false start on that one. Race officials want these guys door-to-door, side-by-side off of turn number 4 when the green flag waves. So again, a false start being called. And apparently the 17A of Aaron Alley going to call it an early exit here in heat race number 1. So we're going to lose a car. We're going to go 8 cars, 7 laps in distance. John Potter on the inside of that first row. He'll lead the field back to green. The Oklahoma USRA B-Mod racer competing with the limited mods here this evening. Green flag flies, field rifles back into turns 1 and 2. Potter hits the bottom side of the speedway, but it'll be the 41 of Josh Knoyer. He'll grab the early lead down the back straightaway to 3 and 4. Potter once again runs around the bottom side of the speedway. Knoyer working to his outside. Meanwhile, problems in the back of the field. The 143 of Kevin Forrester going around. He's got the 2B of Bryce Beard caught up with him. That's going to bring us back to another yellow here in Knoyer, Costin & Sons Ready Mix USRA limited modified heat race number 1. So John Potter again, a little bit different look on that race car. If you look at the rear of the race car, no spoiler, full sail panels. That indicates that is a USRA B-Mod. We've talked about that at length over the weekend. USRA B-Mod's a little bit different setup than the limited modifieds, but very close competitively in this track, allowing those 2 cars to mix into the same division. John Potter going to lead the field back to green. Then he's got the 20D of Rowdy Day and the 41 of Josh Knoyer just behind him. Green flag waves, field rifles back into turns 1 and 2. Potter again tiptoes around the bottom side of the speedway. Knoyer and Day run door-to-door behind him into 3 and 4. Day, last night's A feature winner, trying to work to the inside of Knoyer. Knoyer, though, having nothing of it. He'll nose ahead. Take the runner-up spot. He hits the top side of 1 and 2. Tries to get a run on Potter down the back straightaway. Day now going to look back to the inside as well. They're going to nearly try to make it 3 wide. Can't quite work to the outside of Potter just yet as he'll continue to lead lap number 3. 3 down, 4 to go for the 6P of John Potter. Day now takes back over the second spot.
He's got to run to the outside of the 6P. That's the line that Day worked last night to take home the A feature win. Potter continues to work the bottom side of the speedway. Day is right there, though. He'll drive right on by at the exit of turn number 2. New leader, the 20D of Rowdy Day. Rowdy Day leads the field through turns 1 and 2. Potter continuing to work the bottom side of the speedway just in front of the 41 of Canoyer. Fourth is the 1B of Braden Beard. Bryce Beard has worked his way back into the second spot after that early problem over there in turns 3 and 4. That's your top 5 as they run on the speedway. Coming to the white flag, 1 to go for the 20D of Rowdy Day. John Potter runs second now, trying to reel the 20D a Day back in. Not going to get it done. Canoyer right on the backside of Potter as they run down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Off of turn number 4, Rowdy Day going to pick up another checkered flag here in heat race number 1. John Potter will finish second. Josh Canoyer finishes third. Fourth will go to Mason Martin. Bryce Beard finishes fifth. And that is going to do it for Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod Heat Race number 1.
I was mistaken there, Eric. There's 4 heat races tonight for the limited mod, so equal amount of work on that.
Spoke too soon.
Usually do. Or out of turn. Here we go. Heat race number 2 for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod. Shannon Hartline will be on the front row of this one out of Ivanhoe, Texas. He's in the 26J with Rockwall, Texas racer Darren Fretz to his outside, the 29. Row 2 on the inside, it's Dalton Ragsdale, the 22 out of Muskogee, Oklahoma. Randy Janway will start to his outside, the Birthright Texas racer in the 8A. Row 3 on the inside, Tim Claunch out of Quinlan, Texas, 21P. Chris Croston to his outside in the 58R. Row 4 on the inside, Lonnie Robbins Jr. out of Alma, Arkansas, the 13, alongside Tough Forrester. He's out of Royce City, Texas in the 01. Final starter comes to you from Greenville, Texas. That is Jimmy Day in the 23M. That's how they will line up for heat race number 2, the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. So Shannon Hartline and Darren Fretz ready to bring us up to speed, this time off of turn 4, 7 laps the distance, top 18 in passing points out of these 4 heat races for the USRA Limited Mods. Will lock them into tonight's $600 to win a main. And out comes the green flag here for heat race number 2. Hartline through the bottom side of turns 1 and 2 jumps the initial lead. We got a spinner down the back straightaway. That's going to be Chris Croston in the 58 car. He'll get it straightened up. We'll stay green. As the race for the lead begins to take shape, Shannon Hartline with his hands full of Dalton Ragsdale right now. The 22 going to work on Hartline. Ragsdale down to the inside, side by side for the lead now, working off of turn 4 and down the front straightaway. A good one going out in front of your field between Ragsdale and Hartline. Hartline to the high side once again. Ragsdale back in that second place spot. Tim Claunch up to third. Lonnie Robbins Jr. in the 4th position. And Jimmy Day, that is the top 5 as we continue to work on heat race number 2 over the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Dalton Ragsdale continues to size up the 26J of Shannon Hartline. Side by side once again, working off of turn number 4 for the lead in this one. Ragsdale had the slide advantage that time at the line, just nipped Hartline. That time around, Shannon Hartline comes back at him though off of turn number 2. Good racing between the top 2 once again. Back to turn number 4. Along the inside goes Ragsdale. He'll keep the lead at the line. Hartline a close second. Tim Claunch back in the 3rd position of this one. Lonnie Robbins Jr. still rides in 4th as Jimmy Day rounds out your top 5. Now they're side by side for the lead. Look out, Hartline's going to go around. Close quarters racing between Hartline and Ragsdale, and around goes Hartline. White flag was displayed. So that means it will be a yellow checkered finish to that one. Your top 3 finishers, Lonnie Robbins Jr. will finish in 3rd. 2nd will go to Tim Claunch. And your heat race winner under the caution in that one out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, the 22 of Dalton Ragsdale, wins heat race number 2 for the Costin and Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods.
Getting set for Costin & Son, Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod Heat Race number 3 of 4. Lineup's going to look like this on the pole from Forney, Texas. The number 76 is Joe Finding to his outside from Terrell, Texas. The 22M is Blake Beggs. On the inside of row number 2 from Colbert, Oklahoma, the 02, that's Brandon Sexton to his outside from Muskogee, Oklahoma. The 0 is Court Morgan. On the inside of row number 3 from Walters, Oklahoma, the G2G is Cody McDowell to his outside. The 7C is Colton Kraft. Row 4 on the inside from Fanishaw, Oklahoma. The 510 is Cody King to his outside from Hallsville, Texas. The C88, that's Carson Bradley. Your 9th and final starter from Quinlan, Texas, the number 49 is Roy Forrester. 9 cars scheduled to go 7 laps in distance for Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mod Heat Race number 3. So again, third of 4 heat races here this evening for your limited modified division. Again, B-Mod's mixing in with them here this evening. Another couple of B-Mod competitors in this field. The 22 of Dalton Ragsdale, or excuse me, Gregory Muir, no, I'm all confused. It's Blake Beggs in the 22M, excuse me. Too many 22s here tonight. Bryce and the 0 of Court Morgan, your 2 B-Mod competitors here this evening. Green flag set to wave on heat race number 3 for your limited modifieds. The 76 of Joe Finding going to take the early lead. It's the 22 of Beggs that works the top side of the speedway. He's in the runner-up spot trying to come back after the 76 of Joe Finding. Off of turn number 4, lap 1, going to go to the 76. So Finding leads lap number 1. A pair of B-Mod racers racing for the second spot in Court Morgan and Blake Beggs. They run second and third, double door-to-door for the 4th spot now between Brandon Sexton and Cody McDowell. McDowell down to the inside of the speedway, and that G2G works just to the inside of Brandon Sexton. Sexton in the 0-2 now coming back after McDowell. Those two still side by side down the back straightaway. McDowell had a good head of steam into 3 and 4, though. He'll drive back into the 4th spot. Meanwhile, up front, Beggs coming back after Joe Finding for the lead. We've got a battle in turns 1 and 2. Beggs going to work to the outside of Joe Finding as they enter turns 3 and 4. Finding comes down the racetrack. Beggs comes with him. Both cars now drift up off of turn 4. New leaders, the 22 of Blake Beggs. So Blake Beggs now out in front of this one. Joe Finding continues to run second. Court Morgan trying to follow the 22 of Beggs around the top side of the speedway as Beggs has found something up there. Morgan trying to come along with him. He'll work to the outside of Finding this time. Give Morgan the second spot at the end of lap number 5. 5 down, 2 to go. Finding, unfortunately, racing his way back into the 3rd spot. He's now going to come under attack from the G2G of Cody McDowell, while the white flag set to wave this time for the 22M of Blake Beggs. It's Beggs, Morgan, McDowell, Joe Finding, Carson Bradley, your top 5 here on the final lap of Limited Modified Heat 3. Beggs going to work the top side of the speedway. Morgan deep dive into 3 and 4. He'll challenge for the lead off at turn number 4. Your winner going to be the 22M of Blake Beggs. Court Morgan finishes second. Cody McDowell third. Joe Finding slips back to 4th on the final lap, and Carson Bradley rounds out your top 5. So pretty good heat race action there for Limited Modified Heat Race number 3 at the end of that one.
On to the final heat race here for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Cody Blanton will be front row on the inside of this one, the 218 out of Lone Oak, Texas. To Cody's outside, it's going to be Robert Vetter, the V8. He's out of Wolf City, Texas. Row 2 on the inside out of Dallas, it's going to be Justin Vaughn, the 2JT, with Donald Fetty to his outside, racing out of Greenville, Texas in the 34. Back to row number 3, Achille, Oklahoma's Trent Gibby in the 109, alongside Muskogee, Oklahoma's Bubby Morgan in car number 9. Row 4 on the inside, Matt Rust, the 21R to Farmersville, Texas, alongside Chad Ross in the 10T, racing out of Sulphur Springs, Texas. Your final starter will be Dylan Courier. He's out of Plano, Texas in the 813. That's how they stack up for heat race number 4 here for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. So one more time around before we get to the green here in the final heat race for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Factory stock B-Main up next, the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. 1B main to set the rest of the field here tonight. Kevin Sestaire making his way into the booth. You've done everything besides announce at this place, right? You want to hop on?
How does this work?
You just got to do it. That's all you got to do. It's like you getting behind the wheel of a race car. Just do what comes natural here. Just follow my lead, buddy. Here we go. So out comes the green flag. You are hot the entire time, so don't.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yep, you're good. You're live. You're going. 2:18 of Cody Blanton out in front of this one. Robert Vetter right through the middle. He'll grab the lead. Justin Vaughn along the inside will go 3 wide for the top spot, working off of turn number 4. Score that lap, the 2JT of Justin Vaughn. Robert Vetter up to the outside. Pretty good race between those two side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. Boy, what a battle out in front of this one. This racetrack, you know, obviously you guys have put a ton of work into it, Kevin, to get it smoother and racier tonight. Of course, it was racy all last night, despite having a little bit of character, but this thing is absolutely beautiful, and you see a great 2-car race out in front.
Well, you know, Todd's really came along and helped us out today. So it was a long day, but we wasn't sure what to do there at the end. But I think we got her where we need her, so it should be a good night.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a ton of great weekly racing here this season at the Rocket Raceway Park. These Limited's putting on a great show out in front of this one. Justin Vaughn on the inside. Vetter's finally got it wound up along that top shelf. He's found some speed along the top. Rolling out in front of this one, the 218, Cody Blanton. He started front row on the inside. He's dropped back into third, trying to keep Trent Gibby at bay in that race for the 3rd place spot. So Vetter able to create a little separation now between he and Justin Vaughn. How about the the B mods racing this weekend? We saw a limited mod go to victory lane last night, but man, those 2 packages been competitive. No B mods necessarily in this heat race, but 2 competitive packages this weekend as well.
Yeah, I was just in the infield with Kevin Rogers, and we was talking about it. You know, watching the B mods and limited those last couple of heat races, and they raced really good together. So was a little bit worried about that, but I think it's going to be good. So hopefully we'll get some B mods to come down and race for their Southern, limited modifieds.
So there you go. Robert Vetter is going to pick up the heat race win. Justin Vaughn will cross in the 2nd place spot. Cody Blanton finishes up in 3rd. So there you have it. Robert Vetter out of Wolf City, Texas, the V8, picking up the heat race win. So Kevin, we talked a little bit there. Most of the folks on the broadcast could hear us pretty good. Some of the folks, of course, in the stands there during the green flag action didn't probably get to hear you a whole lot. But just kind of tell us about the process with this racetrack, man. This thing is looking beautiful here tonight.
Well, we got up this morning. It was pretty wet. Had a little bit of rain this morning. Actually helped us, I think. Just made the process a little bit longer. But Todd stayed on the blade all day, the road grader, and Randy Merchant was on the sheep's foot all day, and I was kind of just hit and miss with the skid steer and sheep's foot, or Lily, whatever we need to do. So I think we got about as good as it's going to get today. We really needed a couple good days to really get that turn 1 and 2 fixed, but we'll work on through the season and see what happens. So,
man, the facilities overall absolutely beautiful at this place. I think you got a great place to work with, but at the same time, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears going in there in the off season to get this place looking as good as it is.
Well, I appreciate it. We've had a few of my guys out here working, trying to help us out and get it all cleaned up. My dad and a couple other important people. We've been busting our rumps, but still got a lot that we want to do, and we're gonna try to make this the nicest facility in the state of Texas. I mean, there's a lot of nice ones here, but we want to be known as having the nicest one.
So before we get this factory stock B main rolled out, we'll ask you one more question as well. You guys are growing this USRA stock car class down here in Texas. Got a lean field this weekend, but I think we can be happy with double digits with the new class. But, man, they still put on a great show. I think you could have 3 of them out there, and it'd be great racing.
Yeah, we had 4 or 5 a couple weeks ago for a Sunday practice, and they all kind of got grouped up there together and got to racing or practicing or whatnot. So I was pretty excited about that day, and I'm an old stock car guy, so they're kind of dear to my heart, and we're going to try to help grow the class here, and hopefully it'll take off.
Well, thanks for taking a little break with us here. I know you probably need to catch your breath a little bit after this weekend you had, but thanks for taking the time, man. Looking forward to what you and Kevin Rogers are doing here at Rocket Raceway Park.
Appreciate y'all coming down, and enjoyed having y'all.
Once again, that's Kevin Sester, the owner here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Big tip of the cap to him for bringing a great racing program here to Petty, Texas. Eric, let's get into the lineup of this B main quickly here. We're going to take the top 6 out of this one. Billy White's going to be front row on the inside of Powderly, Texas in the 7K. Cody Herndon lies to his outside, the 952 out of Bonham, Texas.
Row 2 on the inside from Bonham, Texas. The 104 is Juan Gravala to his outside from McKinney, Texas. The 35K is Joseph Kiel.
Back to row number 3, we'll see Christopher Bledsoe on the inside, the 413. He's out of Achille, Oklahoma. Ty Abernathy to his outside out of Mount Ida, Arkansas in the 4A.
On the inside of row number 4 from Wolf City, Texas, the 32M is Russell Mahan to his outside. From Crandall, Texas, the 3M is Tristan McCullough.
Back to row number 5, Charles George, Achille, Oklahoma racer behind the wheel of the 16G, and Tim Clonch in the 18 racing out of Quinlan, Texas. That's the official lineup. We'll get set to go on this one. 6 drivers move on after this one.
10 cars, 12 laps, 6 advance.
So here we go. Billy White on row number 1. Cody Herndon to the outside. First B main of the night going green here at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Billy White going to grab the early lead. Cody Herndon trying to hang on to the bumpers out down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Herndon challenging to the outside of the speedway. Billy White, though, better off of turn 4. He'll lead lap number 1. Meanwhile, the 10-4 of Juan Gravala challenging to the inside of that 95. Now Herndon's got a head of steam off of turn 2, down the back straightaway, fighting for the lead. We got problems off of 2.
Got a spinner over on the back straightaway. I believe that's Joseph Keel in the 35K car. So far, we'll keep them green, though. We're side by side out in front. Billy White, Cody Herndon, those two going to go at it for the lead in this one. Meanwhile, Juan Grijalva trying to get in that mix as well. He sits in 3rd.
Those 3 racing up front. Ty Abernathy runs 4th. Tristan McCullough right now rounds out your top 5. Car you're in your final transfer spot right now is the 413 of Christopher Bledsoe, but he's being challenged by a couple of drivers. Tim Clonch works to his inside through turns 1 and 2. We'll have to keep an eye on that final transfer spot, as right now it is the Tim Clonch ride that's trying to take it away from the 413 of Christopher Bledsoe.
Yeah, Tim Clonch, a veteran racer out of Quinlan, Texas, double-duty driver behind the wheel of USRA Limited mods as well for Paul Peters Motorsports. He's rolled up into the final transfer position. Out in front, though, Cody Herndon's going to have the lead. Billy White still in 2nd as the laps click away. Here in the B main for the Byline Surveying, USRA Factory Stocks. Herndon leads, White in 2nd. 3rd is Grijalva. Back to 4th, we'll find Tristan McCullough. Ty Abernathy, Tim Clonch, your top 6 transfers.
Just behind them, the 413 of Christopher Bledsoe had that final transfer spot taken away just a couple of laps ago. Now he'll run to the top side of the speedway, try to find some speed to run the Clonch ride back down. So far not able to get there, is out in front of the field. Cody Herndon continues to lead, this time by 7 laps down, 5 laps to go.
So working the second half of the B main here for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Cody Herndon, the Bonham, Texas racer, has control this one. White still in 2nd, Grijalva in 3rd. McCullough, Abernathy, Clonch, those top 6 transfers not really shaken up here in the waning stages of the B main.
Oh, everybody pretty well running around the bottom side of the speedway. Now big problems for the 413 of Christopher Bledsoe. That looks like some kind of a mechanical issue on that ride, possibly an engine expiring. Big fluid trail at the top side of 1 and 2 as we stay green. White flag in the air for the final time around. The 952 of Cody Herndon continues to lead. The 7K of Billy White. Then it's Grijalva, McCullough, Abernathy, and Clonch. That's your top 6 off of turn 4. It'll stay that way. That's going to bring your Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock B feature to a close.
So checkered out for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock B main. Tim Clonch takes the final transfer spot. Ty Abernathy crosses in 5th. 4th goes to Tristan McCullough. 3rd in that one, Juan Grijalva. 2nd goes to Billy White. And your B main winner is out of Bonham, Texas, the 952, Cody Herndon. Your winner of the B main. We'll get set now for 3 B mains. USMTS Modifieds brought to you by Real Racing Wheels. 15 lappers, the top 4 advance. We're going to turn up the heat with these. Jared Baird's going to be on the inside of row number 1, the 99B out of Norman, Oklahoma, with last night's feature winner to his outside, Dustin Sorensen, in the 19 out of Rochester, Minnesota.
On the inside of row number 2 from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, the 07 is Corey Crasper to his outside. From El Centro, California, the 19 SB is Lance Maury.
Row number 3 will see Jason Good out of Watertown, South Dakota on the inside, the 85 alongside the 07. That's Chase Holland out of Saussure, Mississippi.
Inside of row number 4 from Grandview, Texas, the 410 is Justin McCoy to his outside. From Urbana, Missouri, the number 8, that's Dylan McCowan.
Row 5, it's Chris Bragg on the inside, the 24B out of Springtown, Texas, with Manorville, Minnesota's A.J. Hoff to the outside in the 55H.
The inside of row number 6 from Terrell, Texas, car number 47, that's Jack Sarton. And to his outside, the 00 is Chris Spalding.
Row number 7, we'll see Santa Maria, California's Dylan Thornton on the inside, the 38T. To Thornton's outside, it's Chris Clark out of Jackson, Wyoming in the 8C.
Inside of row number 8 from Lincoln, Arkansas, the 75J, that's Jeremy Lacoe to his outside. From Flower Mound, Texas, car number 9 is Kevin Rutherford. Your final starter here in this one from Powderly, Texas, car number 20M, that's Ross Malone. So 17 cars, going to go 15 laps in distance. Again, 4 transfer.
So here we go, Pat. B main time. We're going to turn up the heat with these 15 laps, top 4 advance. What are you looking for here in B main number 1?
We were just talking about that down here. You know, the racing's been so good, and in the other classes leading up to this, but it's really slicked off. So same thing we talked about in the pre-race. Obviously, Dustin Sorensen's going to be tough there from the front row, but I still think you're going to see a few different names make their way up through some of these B mains and probably have really good runs in the A feature. So we've been kind of sitting here waiting for these Bs to start, so looking forward to it.
Well, thank you very much, Pat. Again, these are going to be very interesting. Chris Clark making his way on the track. New website from Racer Websites for Chris Clark, chrisclarkmotorsports.com. You can check that out if you're interested in one of those Racer websites. Again, a new one is Racer website on board with the 8C of Chris Clark, so check that out, chrisclarkmotorsports.com.
Well, and Chris Clark, one of the good guys on the tour as well, just seems to be there each and every night, night in and night out, year in and year out, supporting the USMTS Tour. A lot of times finds himself, I mean, honestly, in these B features and just continues to plug away at it.
Like you said, one of the good guys, man. He's won the Sportsmanship Award at least once, maybe twice. I can't remember. You know, his son and family, just great people out of Jackson, Wyoming. And he does it for the right reasons, I can tell you that much. And everybody here, everybody in the pit area can always learn something from the 8C.
Absolutely correct. And, you know, back towards the front of the field, though, how often, Bryce, would you say each and every year throughout the USMTS Tour do you see the Risco Industries points leader spoiler in a B feature?
It'll happen occasionally, you know. I don't know. I couldn't track it too well. But here's the thing about it, right? Not that big of a deal considering he won from a B main last night. That was kind of my thoughts. This is almost familiar territory for the 19, and everybody better hope it's not a deja vu, so to speak.
Does it happen 3 races in a row dating back to the final race of 2021 at the Spooktacular 81 Speedway that a driver comes out of a B feature and wins the A main for the night?
You know, that could happen, and beyond Dustin Sorensen, right? I mean, we could uphold that stat with several drivers throughout Real Racing Wheels B mains 1, 2, and 3. So, you know, it's very well possible, especially as racy as this racetrack is, right? Kevin and I were just talking. This thing is slicked off and is racing nicely. So not completely out of the realm of possibility, that's for sure.
Well, I think the track crew hit exactly what they were after tonight. A wider racetrack, the bottom much more even with the top lane. But for the guys that are brave enough to absolutely throw the car into the top and slam on the hammer, the top side of 1 and 2, still a lot up there right now.
So here we go. Caution lights are going down. This should be a good one. 15 laps, top 4 go to the show. Norman, Oklahoma's Jared Baird front row on the inside. Last night's feature winner, Dustin Sorensen of Rochester, Minnesota. You've got Maury and Good on row number 2 now as Corey Crapser has dropped out of the lineup of this one. Here we go. Out comes the green flag. 15 laps, top 4 advance. Real Racing Wheels B main number 1 is underway here at the Rocket Raceway Park.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this before. Dustin Sorensen with the early lead off of 2 down the back straightaway. Jason Good will ride in the 2 spot. Lance Maury works the bottom of the speedway. Problems for the 410. That's the local driver, Justin McCoy, out of the Texas area. He sits backwards at the top of 3 and 4. That'll bring us back to an early caution.
Yeah, just jumped up over the cushion there on that flattened out rim along the top side of the turns 3 and 4 before you get to that outside barrier, a flat spot along the top top of the racetrack. And once you get up there, that will certainly suck you in if you get a little bit too high. So Justin McCoy up and out of the groove there, drawing the caution flag. So we were able to score the opening circuit of that one. Dustin Sorensen will have the lead. That will give Jason Good the choice of line on row number 2. Lance Maury and Jared Baird occupy the early top 4 transfer spots. Chase Holland just on the outside looking in.
Yeah, you know, interesting storyline of the 07 of Chase Holland. I don't necessarily want to completely give away the mistake they made, but happened to talk to a sponsor of theirs the last couple of mornings over some breakfast, and they indicated they made a big mistake on that race car last night. We should see a different 07 tonight. He's just outside of a top 4 transfer spot. He'll be one to keep an eye on the remainder of this B feature.
So here we go. 1 lap completed of 15. Real Racing Wheels B main number 1. Ready to come back to the green. Mike Schrader will look him over atop the flag stand. We'll get back to it here in B main number 1. Good restart for the 19 of Dustin Sorensen. Down to the opening set of turns on this restart. Jason Good up to the outside of Lance Maury. Jared Baird back at that 4th place spot. Chase Holland and now Dylan McCowan moving forward in this one. McCowan trying to transfer into the show in that Empire Energy number 8. We'll keep an eye on the Urbana, Missouri racer in this one as he marches forward. Meanwhile, race for second heats up off of turn number 2. Jason Good trying to squeeze down the inside of the 19 SB of Lance Maury. Good racing there for second as they tighten up coming off of turn 4.
5 cars all battling 2nd through 6th right now. Lance Maury continues to hold down the runner-up spot. Jared Baird, a big run off of turn number 2. He'll grab 2 positions at the entry point of turn 3. He's working to the outside of Lance Maury. They got Jason Good just behind them. First man on the bubble is now the 8 of Dylan McCowan as he comes after the 85 of Jason Good.
So Dylan McCowan going after the 85 of Jason Good for that final transfer position. Dustin Sorensen is just hitting his marks out in front of your field. Smooth sailing right now for the 19, but we're still side by side for second. Maury along the inside. Jared Baird working the top side of the racetrack. Good still in the final transfer spot. Great action throughout the field of this one here as we complete lap number 6. Still plenty of time in this one.
Big problems for the 8 of Dylan McCowan. I'm sorry, Bryce. Dylan McCowan took a hard right and hit the outside front straightaway wall at about a 45-degree angle with the right front of the race car. Hard to tell from here how bad the damage is. Again, Bryce, I apologize for that, but big problems in a big way for the 8 of Dylan McCowan.
So calling for the record there on Dylan McCowan's 8. Pat, I know you're a ways away there, but a hard impact in the wall there for the 8 of Dylan McCowan.
Yeah, it was. That's, coming off of 4 there, kind of same thing as coming off of 2. Things kind of tighten up and you can just get a little bit too high there and, run out of real estate. The track's been really racy, though. Sorensen's been working the bottom, but it's kind of cool that top is still staying strong. If those guys want to cowboy up and in 1 and 2, they can make that high side work. So some really good racing going on and tough break for up in the wall there. So.
Well, thank you very much, Pat. As we get a look there again at Dylan McCowan along the front straightaway, he'll go off on the Whitaker's Towing red wrecker. So we will go to work on realigning the field in this one. Jared Baird scored in the runner-up position. He'll get that all-important choice of line on row number 2. Pat, that's been something else that we've been watching here. The 99 of Jared Baird, the 19 SB of Lance Maury. It's been a great race for second there for several laps.
Yeah, it has, and that's kind of what I was, talking about. He's able to kind of, I call it cowboy up or get up on the wheel and work around Lance Maury across, in 1 and 2 where it's kind of rough, and then he carries that same momentum in 3 and 4. And you can see there's a couple of little lines of divot of mud moved out there, and it's pretty cool that it's pretty even on the top and the bottom, kind of like Derek Ramirez talked about in his heat race. That top, if they hit their marks, they can make a lot of headway up there. So track is very racy tonight, and that makes it fun for everybody.
So Dustin Sorensen out in front of your field. He will have a road to himself on the restart of this one. Jared Barrett electing to go to the outside. Lance Maury to the inside. Jason Good on the fourth and final transfer spot. He elects out as he has the choice as well. So he goes to the outside. That deals Chase Holland the inside on this restart.
Yeah, Holland had really been searching all over the racetrack to try to find some speed to drive back into a transfer spot. He's going to have an opportunity to time the restart well and see if he can get himself back inside the top 4. Jason Good, though, have an opportunity on the top side of the speedway where there's still a lot of moisture to hold the 07 at bay. Beard has really probably been about the best-looking race car on the top side of the speedway here early in B feature number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if he can keep it rolling along the top side of the racetrack. Of course, Jared Baird out of Norman, Oklahoma. That's an MB Customs race car for the Maple Motorsports entry. Jason Good had a top 10 finish last night. That 85 out of Watertown, South Dakota, just inside the top 10. Another MB Customs race car for the Nickerson Harvesting entry as well. So Good trying to build on that here this evening. So we've got 6 laps completed, 9 to go. Real Racing Wheels B main number 1. Lights are out. Get set to start them back up here in the first of 3 B mains for the Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt.
Everybody picks up the throttle as they streak underneath the green flag. Sorensen once again leads the field into 1 and 2. Barrett had a good head of steam off of turn 2, but he got crossed up. Had to check the brakes. That allows Jason Good to his inside, racing to the middle part of the racetrack, trying to make it 3 wide off of 4. Can't quite get there. Lance Maury takes over the second spot. No, Barrett actually holds on to it by 0.06 of a second.
Dylan Thornton trying to make a run for the top 4 transfers, but we've got Chris Bragg spun at the top side of turn number 2, so that will draw the caution. Just ahead of that, Eric, I was going to point out Dylan Thornton was beginning to make a run for the top 4 transfers as well. Of course, Thornton, a Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender out of Santa Maria, California, now headquartered in Keystone, Iowa, there with Sean Ritter and crew of Twisted Motorsports. But again, he was making a run for those top 4. That caution kind of cut off that run. We'll see what he can do with the restart.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to build some momentum here. And, you know, really these restarts, when you have these opportunities with the entire field bunched up, these are the perfect opportunities for guys just outside the top 4 to time a restart well, try to make a move, and gain some positions without being overly too aggressive, and also get themselves in a wreck at the same time.
Yeah, and look at this recovery as well out of the 410 of Justin McCoy. Remember, he was involved in a caution early on, jumped the cushion over in turns 3 and 4. He's beginning to rally back and perhaps will pose a challenge as well for those top 4 transfer spots. As we go back to the green in this one, 7 laps in of 15. Jason Good trying to take it 3 wide early on in the restart of this one. Dylan Thornton ready to go as well. 3 wide for third, working down the back straightaway.
There's Dylan Thornton working to the inside of Jason Good into 3 and 4. He'll jump into the 3rd spot. So from the outside looking in, now in 3rd. Problems for the 99 at Barrett as he gets shuffled backwards off the top side of turn 4. He's now way outside of the top 4, running in about the 9th spot down the back straightaway.
Boy, Dylan Thornton did a lot with that restart. He works into the 3rd place spot by Jason Good. Good now on the bubble in the 85 as they work down the front straightaway. Meanwhile, out in front of this one, it's Dustin Sorensen, your leader, but Lance Maury's now coming after him here as we'll have just a handful of laps remaining coming off of turn number 4.
Yeah, 7 laps to go this time by for Dustin Sorensen in car 19. Lance Maury chasing after him, really getting a good run through turns 1 and 2. Thornton continues to work in the 3rd spot. Jason Good in 4th. The 410, you mentioned him, Justin McCoy. Now he's the first guy on the outside looking in as he worked by the 55 of A.J. Hoff. Hoff working in the 6th spot as everybody files back into 1 and 2.
Side-by-side race for the lead through turns 3 and 4. Sorensen trying to edge ahead of the 19 SB of Lance Maury. Meanwhile, Thornton back in the 3rd position, and 4th is Jason Good. So Good still on the final transfer position. Justin McCoy trying to race his way into the show.
Sorensen continues to lead. It's Lance Maury just behind him. Good look to the inside of the 38 team momentarily. Thornton better off the top of 4, though. Those guys now working their way off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. Good. A car length behind the 38. He'll dive to the bottom of the racetrack once again, looking to take over the 3rd spot. Thornton good on the cushion. He'll race back to the outside. He continues to hold down the show spot for now.
So final lap of this one. White flag was in the air that time around. Dustin Sorensen going to see the checkers working off of turn number 4. Sorensen will pick up the B main win. Second will go to Lance Maury. Third to Dylan Thornton, and 4th to Jason Good. So there you have it, your top 4 transfers. Jason Good crosses in the 4th position. 3rd goes to Dylan Thornton. 2nd to Lance Maury, and your B main winner is out of Rochester, Minnesota. That heavy hitch, Rochester Chevrolet Cadillac, Sussy Construction, Paulson Rock Products, 63 Club, Ford Metro Glass Incorporated, and Carol's Corn Popcorn, CJ Auto Sales, and GunShepherd.com. Number 19, Dustin Sorensen, your winner in Real Racing Wheels B main number 1. So Pat, before we get B main number 2 out on the racetrack, it was kind of funny. Eric and I were talking. Is this a deja vu of sorts? Of course, Dustin Sorensen won a B main last night before he went to Victory Lane.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, and I didn't want to overstep you guys, but I was like, did he sandbag in that heat race just so he could run a B feature? All kidding aside, obviously you wouldn't want to do that, but no, and it was kind of cool to see once he saw the Lance Maury coming on the outside of him, he moved up and got quite a bit faster. But it's really cool to see the track widen out like that, and definitely can't count Dustin Sorensen out from coming through a B and winning tonight. He proved that last night.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how that shakes out as we'll roll out Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. Grant Younghands Rookie of the Year contender Shane DeVolder will be on the front row of this one, the 44S out of Pacifica, California. His outside will be Cool Hand Lucas Schott, the 69 out of Chatfield, Minnesota.
On the inside of row number 2 from Claremore, Oklahoma, it's Big Daddy Duval in car 91. To his outside from Midlothian, Texas, the number 130, it's Chase Allen.
Row 3 on the inside, the 12T will find Tyler Townsend in the 12T machine out of Diana, Texas. And his outside, Fito Gallardo out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the G17.
Inside of row 4 from El Paso, Texas, the 65X is Carlos Amata Jr. To his outside from Wichita, it's number 55, the Rocket Man, Chris Kratzer.
Row 5 on the inside, the 2G, that's Kenny Gaddis out of Diana, Texas. Starting 10th tonight, last night's runner-up finisher out of Salina, Oklahoma, that's the 12 of Jason Hughes.
Inside of row 6 from Brookston, Texas, the 44X is Brian Gunwall. To his outside from Odessa, Texas, the 71 is Philip Houston.
Row 7 on the inside, Matt Geritau, South Dakota, alongside Kerry Collins in the 3C out of Tuttle, Oklahoma.
Inside of row number 8 from Grand Saline, Texas, the 64 is Casey Fowler. To his outside from Lubbock, Texas, the 101, that's Tyson Dixon, your final starter here at B feature number 2. From Amarillo, Texas, the number 77 is Ronnie Yanisic.
So a couple racers with some trouble getting going here in this one. Of course, we see Carlos Amata Jr. being assisted there in the 65X, and issues as well for the 130 of Chase Allen.
Yeah, and I noticed, Chase Allen had some issues in that feature last night and got tangled up, and I don't know if it's anything, hanging out or coming back to haunt him from that they didn't catch today or not, but, tough break for them. It's tough. You work your way to get to this point and $10,000 on the line, and it doesn't appear like either one is going to be able to start these B features.
So we'll see. They've been instructing the push truck drivers to try to shove those things a little bit harder to see if they can get them to fire off, and it looks like Amata will. So Amata, they were able to give a little extra oomph to get the 65X going. Not sure Chase Allen's going to be in the same situation here as they are struggling there with the 130.
Another car to point out in this one, deep in the field, the 12 of Jason Hughes. Certainly don't want to think I put the announcer's jinx on him by talking about him again today, but starting on the outside of that 5th row, he's going to need to gain 6 spots to make it into tonight's A feature event.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what he can do from a little bit deeper in the field in this one. Again, starting 10th. We'll see if we can get Chase Allen started here. We've switched out the wreckers, attempting to get these cars started here. So trying to get the 130 of Chase Allen either under fire or back pit side.
And looks like he might be taking that thing off the top side of turn number 1. So appears we will lose the 130 of Chase Allen.
Boy, tough break for him. Scheduled to go second row on the outside. We'll get the rest of the field lined up accordingly after that. But he was well in a position to try to stay in a transfer spot, and unfortunately he will have to head to the pits.
Yeah, always tough when you have to give up a transfer spot starting position. In one of these B features, it's hard enough to make the show, and giving up a starting position inside the transfer spots, definitely a tough pill to swallow for the 130 of Allen.
So Shane DeVolder, racing out of the Vanderbilt Race Car Stable this season as a Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year contender out of Pacifica, California. He'll be on the inside of road number 1. Lucas Schott to his outside behind the wheel of a Mullins Racing chassis this season. He made the chassis switch coming into 2022. Of course, Joe Duvall running toward the front last night after he suffered a left rear flat. He'll start to the inside of row number 2 of this B main, and we will now move Tyler Townsend up to his outside as Chase Allen drops out of the lineup. We crisscross the rest of the field accordingly as well. Again, 15 laps, top 4 advance to the A main. We'll have one more Real Racing Wheels B main to set the rest of the field before we dole out provisional starters. So a few cars at the back having trouble with the concept of crisscross to the inside.
Real quickly.
They weren't listening to the crisscross.
Yeah, crisscross applesauce, guys. Come on. It's elementary school stuff here.
Every time I hear crisscross, it's flashbacks to that cha-cha slide.
I'm not doing it with you, Bryce. We talked about this last night. It's not happening.
Denicus he'll try to talk us into that deal. If him and Berg will do it, we'll have to see what kind of bet we can make there or something. But
all right.
There we go. DeVolder and Schott on row number 1. Let's get it going in Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. Schott to the outside. He'll jump to the initial lead in this one. Look at Carlos Amata Jr. He'll flash up to the outside to try to make a run to those top 4.
Joe Duvall was aggressive into turn 1 as well. Tried to hit the bottom side of the speedway. DeVolder bounces off of 4, has to keep it off the wall. Things are going to get tight down the front, Stu.
Boy, giddy up Shane DeVolder and hang on there for a moment. I thought he was going to take a big bite out of the concrete. He'll get the car back beneath him, though, but he will drop out of a transfer position. Jason Hughes already in the mix of this one as well. It's time to go for the 12. He's getting after DeVolder now. He was knocking on the back door of Tyler Townsend as well. I'd say Jason Hughes will be making a run for a transfer spot shortly in this one.
Yeah, you know Jason Hughes after the good run last night, not gonna miss the A feature tonight if he can help it. Right now working in about the 6th spot, just outside of a top 4 transfer. He's looking at the backside of the 12T of Tyler Townsend as DeVolder's up top, challenging to his outside.
Good racing for the final transfer position. Jason Hughes as well as Fito Gallardo watching that now. Fito beginning to get within reach as well. Townsend still has it along the hub of the racetrack. DeVolder still wrestling the car on the cushion as Jason Hughes begins to move his line up the racetrack as well. Now he'll hustle back to the hub through turns 3 and 4.
Hughes following the 12T of Tyler Townsend while they both have DeVolder working to the outside. DeVolder started the race in a transfer spot, bounced his way out of one, now trying to run the cushion and drive his way right back into one. He'll get it done down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Tyler Townsend continues to work around the bottom. He's now the man on the bubble. Caution gonna fly. Looks like we've got one of the Gallardos just sitting at the top side of turn number 1.
So Fito Gallardo comes to a halt at the top side of turn 1 and will go under the caution flag.
So we'll go ahead and reset some things here. Good race for that final transfer spot. The 12T of Tyler Townsend, it looks like the last lap that was scored had it. The 44S of Shane DeVolder started the race inside a top 4 transfer spot, bounced the car through turns 3 and 4, about KO'd the front straightaway wall, got the car underneath him, but lost wholesale positions in the process. Now he's driven himself right outside of that top 4 transfer spot. And oh yeah, here comes 4-time series champion Jason Hughes as well.
Yeah, Pat Graham, there's a lot going on outside of that transfer spot. Shane DeVolder trying to race his way back into the show. And, of course, Jason Hughes would have a provisional into the A main, but he wants to save that for another day as well.
Yeah, he does, and like you said, he's just on the outside looking in. But as we saw last night, restarts are interesting, and the track's been good on the bottom and on the top. So depending on how this restart goes, we'll have to see. But watch the action for that 4th place spot. It's going to be good these last 3 laps.
So here we go, ready to come back up to speed off of turn 4. Real Racing Wheels B main at number 2 back underway. Good restart for Joe Duval. He tries to stay within reach of Lucas Schott. Shane DeVolder as well. Shot out of a cannon on that restart. Jason Hughes will follow him. Philip Houston trying to race his way in as well. A lot going on right there in the battle for the final transfer spot.
Jason Hughes gaining just about 2 positions on that opening lap after the restart. Now working the bottom underneath Shane DeVolder. He'll take over the 4th spot off of 2 down the back straightaway. DeVolder going to have to go to work once again. Philip Houston coming up through the field as well. He works the bottom right to the inside of DeVolder. They're both looking at Jason Hughes, who's in the field.
So Jason Hughes in the 4th and final transfer spot. He's got a run on Carlos Amata Jr. now as well in 3rd. Meanwhile, Lucas Schott begins to stretch the lead out just a bit here in the second half of Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. 9 in, 6 to go that time around. It's Schott, Duval, Amata, and Hughes, your top 4.
Jason Hughes finding something to his liking at the top side of 1 to 2. Another big run. Closes on the 65X of Amata Jr., who works right behind the 91 of Duval. Schott continues to lead. Yellow flag out on the speedway. Looks like we've got a problem for the 64. That is Casey Fowler sitting backwards at the bottom side of turn number 2.
So 10 laps in and 5 to go. Casey Fowler goes around in turn 2. Lucas Schott with the lead. Joe Duval in 2nd. Carlos Amata Jr. 3rd. Jason Hughes, that's the top 4. Shane DeVolder just on the outside looking in. Kenny Gaddis and Philip Houston as well run 6th and 7th there just outside of those transfer spots.
Real quickly, a couple of RacingDirt.com Twitter shout-outs. Brian Reedman tuning in. This is another 12-hour shift at work and another night watching the USMTS. Reedman, we hope we're not getting you in trouble with the bosses at work there. Some more tweets coming in from Steve Colwell watching on the 82-inch TV. Hopefully none of those cars appear to fall in his lap. That's a big one to be watching on tonight. But just glad to have you with us, Mr. Colwell. Appreciate it. Again, tag us at Racing Dirt on the Twitter page. We'll try to monitor those throughout the night, and you just might make the show.
Yeah, Steve Colwell, longtime follower on Racing Dirt TV there out of the Kansas City area. Good to have him tuned in again here this evening.
Says he's rooting for Dustin Sorensen. That'd be a good pick after night number 1 and picked up that B feature win here earlier in B feature number 1.
So here we go, 10 in, 5 to go. Lucas Schott with control of the restart. Mike Schrader drops the green flag, and we are back underway. So back underway in Real Racing Wheels B main number 2. Good restart for Lucas Schott. Carlos Amata Jr. trying to strike on Joe Duval as well. And now Philip Houston chugging along the bottom. He's going to try to work by Jason Hughes into a transfer spot. Keep an eye on Philip along the inside of the racetrack.
Hughes now going to come down the racetrack to block the line of the 71. Hughes once again tripped up on the top side of the speedway just as fast as the top side will giveth. It'll taketh away. His guy's still having trouble in navigating the top side of the speedway on both ends. Hughes will block to the bottom once again. DeVolder going to try it up top. He's got a head of steam off of turn 2. He'll race to the outside of Hughes down the back straightaway.
Good racing between Carlos Amata Jr. and Joe Duval. Jason Hughes trying to hang on to a final transfer spot. Shane DeVolder cracking the whip along the top side of the racetrack. Keep an eye on the 44S here in the closing laps. We're going to see the white flag wave, and now DeVolder takes the final transfer spot down the back straightaway.
Lucas Schott has this one in hand as they come to the white flag. Amata Jr. challenging for the runner-up spot, but we're watching the battle for the final transfer. Right now, Jason Hughes looking at the backside of the 44. DeVolder not satisfied. He's going to give a little love tap to the 91 of Duval. They are running 3 wide, nearly off of turns 1 and 2, 3 and 4. It's going to be Schott that's going to win. Duval second, Amata Jr. third. DeVolder absolutely raced his way into a final transfer. That leaves Jason Hughes on the outside looking in. The 4-time USMTS Modified Champion in car number 12 going to have to take a provisional here tonight.
So the fourth and final transfer spot on a last-ditch effort, Shane DeVolder punches his ticket to the show tonight. Third goes to Carlos Amata Jr. Joe Duval won that spirited battle between he and the 65X. Duval crosses in the runner-up spot. But your B-main winner, he comes to you out of Chatfield, Minnesota, now in a Mullins Racing chassis with a Stowen Racing engine under the hood, the Rochester Chevrolet, Culver's of Rochester, Paulson Rock Products, S&A Petroleum, T&T Marine, Farrier Farms, and Big Cat Transportation. 69, Lucas Schott, your winner in Real Racing Wheels, B-main number 2. So it's Schott, Duval, Amata, and DeVolder, your top 4 transfers out of B-main number 2.
B feature number 3 set to roll out onto the speedway next. Your third and final B feature of the evening, looking for another 4 cars to take into tonight's A-main event. Starting lineup's going to look like this on the pole from Lakeshore, Minnesota. Driving car number 60, it's Dan Ebert into his outside from Wichita, Kansas. The 2G, it's the Cookie Monster, Brandon Givens.
Row 2 to the inside, Ryan Wetstein out of West Concord, Minnesota. He takes the 90 from third. And to his outside, we'll find Mike Hansen out of Dickinson, North Dakota in car 12H.
On the inside of row number 3 from Altus, Oklahoma, the 15W is Cale Westover. To his outside from Denison, Texas, the 82W is Jimmy Williams.
Fourth row to the inside, the 82. That is Max Eddie Thomas out of Quinlan, Texas. The Max Eddie's outside, we'll find Landon Atkinson out of Little Falls, Minnesota in the 18A.
Inside row number 5 from St. Cloud, Minnesota, the 5K, that's Tyler Cater. To his outside from Las Cruces, New Mexico, the J17 is Jake Gallardo.
Row number 6 on the inside, the 22B, we'll find Shawnee, Kansas racer Rick Beebe. His outside out of Katy, Texas, that's Colton Horner in the 56.
Inside of row 7 from Lowell, Arkansas, the 11N is Gene Nichols. To his outside from Wichita Falls, Texas, the D25, that's David Tanner.
8th row inside, Bart Taylor out of Sheridan, Wyoming, car 369, alongside Jason Ingalls in the 12J. Out of Longview, Texas, final scheduled starter will be Justin Thornton, the 53 JT out of Chandler, Arizona. Your lineup for Real Racing Wheels, B-main number 3.
Storylines in this one, the 15 of Westover, after electing to start at the back of his heat race, nearly raced his way towards the front of the field, had problems, had to go to the back again. So he showed speed here tonight. Don't know what the problem was that caused him to elect to start at the rear of his heat race, but we'll have to watch that 15W just inside of row number 3.
Yeah, so hearing that Tyler Cater scheduled to start 5th row on the inside, he's going to drop out of the lineup of this one, so we have to cross the field there starting with the 5th row. We'll send Jake Gallardo to the inside in the J17. Means Rick Beebe will move to the outside of the 5th row. Everybody else will cross accordingly as well.
Wonder for the 5K if maybe they found some additional damage after getting together on the back straightaway with another car earlier in tonight's heat race. I believe that was the 82 of Max Eddie Thomas.
Yeah, he and Max Eddie Thomas had pretty hard contact working off of turn number 2. I was going to say that one. Max Eddie rolled out. I said he's had quite an eventful night thus far, so you know, pretty solid starting spot considering what he went through there in his heat race. He'll start from the 7th position. So it'll be interesting to see what the 82 can do, as he certainly gets around these North Texas tracks very well. Meanwhile, out in front, Dan Ebert will be front row on the inside. Man, 2022 has just been a rough season for the 60 of Dan Ebert. His weekend out at Vado Speedway Park ended very early after a night 1 incident there, and it just seems like that's spilled over into everything thus far for the 60th Dan Ebert, as he did not finish last night. So he'll try to get that ship righted from front row on the inside here in B-main number 3. Of course, Brandon Givens up to his outside. Brandon had a decent run last night up through the field. 30th to 14th, that means you got by half the field. So had a solid run in that 2G. He'll start to the outside of row number 1 as we'll get set to turn him loose in the final B-main here for the USMTS Modifieds.
You know, another note on Givens as the field takes the green and rifles in a 1 and 2. Had a really good run in Vado as well, a top 5 run down there. So Givens is going to be salty here in this one. He's going to challenge Dan Ebert to the outside. Ebert will grab the early lead and lead lap number 1.
So Dan Ebert atop the heap there on the opening circuit of that one. Brandon Givens files up into the runner-up position. Ryan Wetstein and now Mike Hansen up to his outside. Hansen trying to grab 3rd down the back straightaway will do just that. And we'll keep an eye on that red and white 15 as he hustles the high side. Cale Westover trying to race his way in.
Yeah, Cale Westover hopped the front of the race car through turns 3 and 4. He'll hop it again through 1 and 2. So Westover has his elbows up, trying to drive into a transfer spot right now. Wetstein is the car that he's going to have to get by. Wetstein will drift up the racetrack. Westover's right there.
Cale Westover going after that final transfer spot. He drops to the inside of Wetstein. Wetstein fends him off for time being. Likewise, Brandon Givens has shook off the 12H of Mike Hansen in that battle for the runner-up position. Those two going at it there for second as Wetstein continues to see pressure out of Westover. Slide job there for the fourth and final transfer spot.
And that was a nice gradual slide job by the 15W. Wetstein gave him a little honk of the horn down the back straightaway. He'll try to come back at him. We're 3 wide with Landon Atkinson off of turn 4.
Boy, another slide job right there. Mike Hansen comes right across the nose of the 2G of Brandon Givens to grab that lane away, and he successfully does so. So Mike Hansen up into second by Givens as Landon Atkinson's trying to smooth and steady the bottom right now. He's trying to race his way into the top 4 as well.
Landon Atkinson looking like he's turning in practice laps for the Humboldt Speedway. Smooth and slow around the bottom side of the speedway, keeping the tires on him and continuing to drive forward. Now we got the 15W, Cale Westover. He's going to come after Givens. He'll get that done off of turn 4. So Givens now the man on the bubble.
So Givens back into the fourth and final transfer spot. Jake Gallardo just behind them as well. He's in 6th, 1 position back from the 18A of Landon Atkinson. Meanwhile, out in front, we haven't talked much about him because he's just been absolutely checked out in this one. Dan Ebert pretty well cruising that Arctic Cat 60. Has it rolling nearly a full straightaway advantage over Mike Hansen. Cale Westover back in 3rd. Brandon Givens still the top 4 transfers with 9 laps in and 6 to go.
You know, these guys are pretty smart behind the wheel. I think Brandon Givens understands the situation. He hasn't given up on the 15W of Cale Westover yet. Nails the top side of the speedway, has a good run, but trips up on the top side of turn number 2. That allows Atkinson to the inside. Atkinson to work the bottom side of the speedway, looking for the final transfer spot, this time off of turn number 4. Atkinson takes away that final transfer spot. Givens now going to have to try to find something to race his way back in. Meanwhile, Jake Gallardo pulling up to the backside of the 2G as well. He's looking to try to drive into the top 4s. Dan Ebert continues to lead, 11 in, 4 to go.
So just 4 laps remain in this one. We got one up in smoke right now, the 53 JT of Thornton. He'll pull off into the infield.
Atkinson goes around at the bottom of turns 1 and 2. That's going to bring us to a caution.
Yeah, and that was the 53 JT went up in smoke, dumped a ton of fluid right there, so the call immediately being made that the 18A is going to keep his spot, as they will have to go out and clean that up as well. But again, the 18A of Atkinson will keep his position on the track as the 53 JT of Thornton dumps a ton of fluid through turns 1 and 2. So, Pat, you've got a pretty good look down there through turns 1 and 2. Atkinson just hitting some of that fluid that Thornton dumped down, and the 18A will be getting his spot back here.
Okay, yeah, that's what it appeared like too down here. He just went around as soon as he hit that. So, once again, late race caution in one of these B mains, and we could look for a couple of new names to make their move up through there, or a couple guys moving back. You saw that with Jason Hughes. It didn't go as well after the restart, but you know, that top line, if you can hit your marks, you can really make some hay up there on the restart. So we'll see how this shakes out.
So Atkinson going to retain his position on racetrack. That means he will slot back into that 4th and final transfer spot. Brandon Givens, the first guy on the outside looking in, going to have to try to drive his way back into the transfer. Jake Gallardo sits in 6th just behind him. So those two gentlemen trying to find a little extra speed on this restart to make tonight's A feature event. Meanwhile, the 60E of Dan Ebert, as you mentioned, Bryce, absolutely checking out on the field here in B feature number 3.
Yeah, Dan Ebert's had a great run, that 60 car out of Lakeshore, Minnesota. One-time USMTS feature winner back in the 2019 racing season at the Ogilvie Raceway. Mike Hansen running in 2nd right now. Hansen, when he can shake the bad luck, he has some solid runs as well. He sits in 2nd. Cale Westover as well, as they will go to work on cleaning up turns 1 and 2. Pat, you getting a good look there at the cleanup in turns 1 and 2. Tell us how that's coming along.
down, and they're throwing some what I'd call floor dry and just some dirt off the infield and that. They've got some buckets. The crew's down here working on it as good best they can, but like you said, you don't want to have somebody else get turned around just from the fluid. So it's going to take a few laps, get some dirt put in, and then they'll let the guys drive through it and burn up some of that, get that dirt worked in to get rid of the fluids that's on the track.
So trying to get everybody realigned here. The 60 of Dan Ebert out in front. Hanson, Westover, Atkinson, your top 4 transfers. Brandon Givens on the outside looking in, as well as Jake Gallardo, Ryan Wetstein, Max Eddie Thomas, Rick Beebe, and David Tanner. It's the top 10. The rest of the running order: Gene Nicholas, Jason Ingalls, and Bart Taylor. Boy, Jason Ingalls has had a rough weekend here. He has not been able to really get anything going in that IRP race car's number 12.
No, and that's not a driver you would normally think of having that kind of a weekend, especially here in the Texas area as well. So hopefully he can get that turned around as 2022 rolls on. I want to give another quick Twitter shout out to Barb Vanderbeek, just tuned in from New Sharon, Iowa. Says lots of tornado activity there. So Barb, hope you're safe. Hope everybody up in that area stays safe as well as we come back to a green.
Always good when Mama Beek's tuned in. We're back to green in this one, 11 laps in and 4 to go in Real Racing Wheels B main number 3. Mike Hansen flashes up to the outside in that second place spot. Landon Atkinson's not going to settle for the final transfer position. He's going after Westover for 3rd as they sort it out as well, 5th on back.
Atkinson going to get it done. He not only comes after Westover for 3rd, now trying to take the runner-up spot away from the 12H of Hansen. Meanwhile, behind the top 4, it's Jake Gallardo and Brandon Givens waging war over the 5th spot, but both of those drivers still on the outside looking in.
Yeah, Jake Gallardo's beginning to put together a pretty good run. Catfish in the bottom right now. Going after Westover for the final transfer spot. The lap's clicking away, though. White flag comes the air. Keep an eye on the battle for the final transfer position as we have 1 lap to go.
So Dan Ebert going to take the white flag. Going to have to keep an eye on the battle for the final transfer. It's starting to heat up. Jake Gallardo, like you said, working the bottom side of the speedway. He'll pull up to the inside of Westover, down the back straightaway to 3 and 4. Westover comes to the bottom of the racetrack to block. Ebert will streak under the checkered flag. Off at turn number 4, final transfer. Too close to call at the line. Going to go to Kel Westover by just over 0.2 of a second. So Kel Westover, your final transfer spot. Landon Atkinson finished 3rd. Mike Hansen, your runner-up. And Dan Ebert taking home the win in B feature number 3.
So there you have it. Lakeshore, Minnesota's Dan Ebert and that Ebert Racing Engines, Lethal Racing Chassis, Collins Brothers Towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota Truck Headquarters, Country Pride Construction, Orion Benjamin Realty, Country Cat, Amsoil, Woody's Racing, and Shaw Trucking. Number 60, Dan Ebert, the winner of Real Racing Wheels B main number 3.
So that's going to bring us to our final B feature of the evening. Coming up on Colton & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B feature. Lineup's going to look like this on the pole from Greensville, Texas. Number 34 will be Donald Fetty, and to his outside from Quinlan, Texas. The number 49 is Roy Forrester. On the inside of row number 2 from Birthright, Texas, the 8A is Randy Janaway. To his outside from Rockwell, Texas, the number 29 is Darren Fretz. Inside of row 3 from Forney, Texas, the 76 is Joe Finding. To his outside from Colbert, Oklahoma, the 02, that's Brandon Sexton. On the inside of row number 4 from Royce City, Texas, the R143 is Kevin Forrester. To his outside from Ivanhoe, Texas, the 26J is Shannon Hartline. On the inside of row number 5 from Fredericksburg, Texas, the 1B is Braden Beard. To his outside from Farmersville, Texas, the 21R is Matt Rust. On the inside of row number 6 from Plano, Texas, the 813 is Dylan Corrier. To his outside from Springdale, Arkansas, the 53H is Ty Hollingsworth. On the inside of row number 7, it's Chris Crouston in car 58R. To his outside from Fanishaw, Oklahoma, the 510, that's Cody King. On the inside of row number 8 from Lakeside City, Texas, the 17A is Aaron Alley. To his outside from Quinlan, Texas, this is the 21P of Tim Clonch. Row 9, your final starters here in this one, the 7C is Colton Kraft. And to his outside from Muskogee, Oklahoma, the number 9 is Buddy Morgan.
So, real quick announcement. Jeffrey Heston, you are needed back behind the grandstands here at the Rocket Raceway Park souvenir stand. Again, Jeffrey Heston, back behind the grandstands. Please meet your friend back there at the Rocket Raceway Park souvenir stand. Again, Jeffrey Heston, you are needed at the Rocket Raceway Park souvenir stand. A couple more folks texting in. Boone Johnson tuned back in from Peggs, Oklahoma, a racer from the Salina High Bank Speedway. So good to have Boone Johnson tuned in. Joe Wasserman as well, watching from Lawrence, Kansas tonight. So thanks to Joe Wasserman for tuning in as well. Jeff Nunn had mentioned earlier he was watching from the top row right before he moved into VIP seating up here with us. He's over on race control side, the not so fun side of the the tower, right?
That's right. That's right.
Keep it cool over on the right side.
There you go. Green flag set to wave for limited modified B feature number 1 here this evening. The 76 of Joe Finding going to grab the early lead into turns 1 and 2. It's the 8A of Randy Janaway. He had a great start. He'll run into the second spot. They're 2 by 2 behind him as the field rifles through 3 and 4.
A little bit of trouble. A few cars coming together down in turns 1 and 2 is going to draw the caution in this one.
How did I miss that over there? Too much going on at the front of the field, I guess. Paging Dr. Dethridge.
They were kind of scattering over there in turns 1 and 2.
So multiple cars involved. It looks like we have the 49 possibly of Forrester. A couple other cars involved. Maybe the 813 of Dylan Courier. And the 1B of Braden Beard.
So getting them situated down in turns 1 and 2. Another shout out as well. Nathan Hager tuned in tonight. Of course, he's going to be the new promoter there at the Tulsa Speedway in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So a new venture for Nathan Hager. They're making preparations for their season that's going to start in April. So happy to have Nathan Hager tuned in here tonight. Looking forward to what that brings to racing there in northeastern Oklahoma.
A little bit of a change of pace for the 99 of Hager. And, you know, I hope he's a wing sprint car fan, because if you're in the Tulsa area, I mean, they like divisions of all kinds, but you'd better be a sprint car fan in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Well, they're looking forward. They're going to have one of those Speed Week races with the ASCS, Lucas Oil ASCS National Tour. So, no, they got a few more sprint car events slated. Of course, they run several champ sprint shows throughout the season as well. But you're looking forward to that. USRA sanctioning a couple classes there this season, the USRA B mods, USRA modifieds, and a lot of buzz around that racetrack as they're certainly investing back into the facility and definitely looking forward for a big season.
Yeah, you know, and they want to make improvements over their first year last year. Some issues with the racetrack and the racing surface as well that they're looking to get fixed. And you know, on that note, you talked about the ASCS. Bryce, I know you're a busy guy every year with the USRA and everything you do with the USRA and USMTS, but how would you like to have been Terry Maddox this year and all the movement he made among the sprint car racing world, taking over the ASCS, acquiring the URSS sprint car series, as well as a non-wing sprint car series in the Oklahoma area, runs the Now 600 Micro Series. So Terry Maddox really trying to take care of sprint car and open wheel racing throughout the entire Midwest.
Yeah, you know, they're going to have some events down here as well. I know they've got an ASCS National Tour race scheduled for early in July down here. I believe that one's going to pay $4,000 or $5,000 to win as well. They've thrown some extra money at that deal. I know Now 600 looking at some events here as well. So Terry does a great job, man. I don't know where he finds all the time. I do not know that. He's always on the go, too. Like, you know, I got him on Snapchat there, and, man, if he's not doing that, he's at his brother's basketball games, baseball games, just all over the place.
Absolutely. And, you know, the other thing about it is flagman at the Chili Bowl Midget Nationals, and that guy, I swear every year I make the comment, he must have a little bit of a death wish, because he's out there on the racetrack as those guys are streaking by. I don't know if I would trust him like he does. But
yeah, I've seen what happens to that cone on the front straightaway.
Yeah. So, nope, Terry, if you are out there listening, or if anybody hears this and gets the message to him or lets him know, you know, we wish him luck in all of his endeavors with sprint car racing among the Midwest.
Got a show at Red Dirt Raceway tonight. That's what I think that's what he's got going on. Looking forward to the USMTS.
RacingDirt.com, by the way.
Yep, all that covered on Racing Dirt TV. ASCS Regional Tours covered on Racing Dirt TV. So, Oil Capital Racing Series there tonight as well. It's going to be a great event going on. I know they had somewhere in the ballpark of 150 race cars up there as well. But we're looking forward to getting there with the USMTS Modifieds Friday, May the 13th. It's my birthday. I'm going to be celebrating my birthday right there in Meeker, Oklahoma, one of my favorite racetracks in the area at Red Dirt.
So I knew this. I don't know if you know this. You know you and I share a birthday, right?
I didn't know that.
Yep, Friday, so May 13th.
I'll be daggum. The birthday bash.
Yeah, that ain't a kid. And I'll tell you what, that USMTS event at Red Dirt Speedway, honestly, that's going to be one heck of a show. I unfortunately won't be able to be there that night, but I'll definitely keep an eye on that. Keep tuned in, and may have to go watch the Racing Dirt replay afterwards. But yeah, it's that's one to look forward to.
Yeah, we raced there now 3 years with the Cowboy Up Classic. Of course, it was the first year for the American Racer Modified Series to be a part of that event, but some of the best modified racing we see regionally is right there at Red Dirt Raceway. Cody Brewer does an excellent job prepping that racetrack. And again, the series is going to be there on May 13th. And in my opinion, two of the raciest tracks in Oklahoma are going to get visited that weekend, because you head to Tri-State Speedway in Pecola, Oklahoma the next night, Saturday, May 14th as well. So, and those two places not completely out of driving distance down here, I can tell you that much as well. So if you can get to Meeker, Oklahoma and or Pecola, Oklahoma that second weekend of May, we certainly recommend that one as we get set to get this back underway here. The Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods ready to try it again. Joe Fendling now front row on the inside, is a little bit developed there on the start of that one. We go back green looking for the top 6 to move into tonight's A main.
Fendling working the bottom side of the speedway, Janaway up top. Same result, though, as we've got another couple cars trying to tangle. One is around on the back straightaway. He's to the infield, tries to keep it running. So far, will stay green. He's going to pull it to the infield. Phil rifles down the back straightaway back towards turns number 3 and 4. So far, everybody clean and green as the 76 of Joe Fendling leads lap number 3.
So Fendling continues to lead this one. Randy Janway in the runner-up position. Pretty good racing out in front of this one. Shannon Hartline, who gets around this place very well right now, he runs in the 3rd position. That's your top 3. Good race for the final transfer spot as well. Tim Claunch along the inside. Matt Rust up top, 34 in that mix as well. Donald Fetty. So 3-car race there. 3rd on back. That involves the final transfer spot as Ty Hollingsworth begins to roll up on that group as well. So the 53H trying to race his way in.
Yeah, Hollingsworth now going to split the middle through 3 and 4, so he's going to look to go 2 for 1. He'll get the final transfer spot and now drives into 5th at the entry point of turns number 1 and 2. That's going to put the 21R of Matt Rust, the first guy on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, up front, Joe Fendling continues to hold off the 8A of Randy Janway.
Hartline still sitting in the 3rd position. Tim Claunch back in 4th. 5th is Hollingsworth. Final transfer spot. Donald Fetty in that 34. Working through to the second half of the B main here for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Mods. Top 6 advance in. It's still Fendling showing the way over Randy Janway.
Hartline now trying to look to the inside of Janway at the exit of turn 2. Janway pulled away down the back straightaway, though. Those 3 nose to tail off of turn number 4. It continues to be Fendling leading Janway. Janway now going to try the middle of the top part of the racetrack. He'll duck down off the bottom side of turn 2, gets a good run. Thinks better of it as the field runs back towards turn number 3.
Side by side now for the lead down the front straightaway. Randy Janway going after your leader, Joe Fendling. Track will narrow up along the bottom for Janway. That's going to allow Tim Claunch to get in the mix as well as Shannon Hartline. 3 wide now for the runner-up spot with 1 to go.
Appears Janway may have a problem with that 8A as he is following backwards. Claunch now into the 2nd spot, has a good run down the back straightaway, may try to make a final bid for the win. Off of turn number 4, checkered flag out. Joe Fendling going to win B feature number 1. Tim Claunch finishes 2nd. Shannon Hartline 3rd. Ty Hollingsworth 4th. Randy Janway 5th. And Matt Rust, your 6th and final transfer into tonight's limited modified A feature on the evening. So again, laps quicking away very quickly once we got that one restarted. Top 6 rundown again. Joe Finling, your winner in Limited Mod B feature action. Tim Claunch finishes second. Third, Shannon Hartline. Fourth, Ty Hollingsworth. Randy Janway finishes fifth. And Matt Rust, your sixth and final transfer. That is going to do it, I believe, unless maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here.
It's A-main time, Eric.
That is going to do it for B feature action this evening. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting too far ahead of myself.
Got cars setting in staging, too. I had to take a peek over there to see if we're going to keep it rolling, and that's what it looks like we are going to do, possibly. Sounds like we're going to step aside, though, here on Racing Dirt TV, take a quick break, be back with A-main action here from the Rocket Raceway Park.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race fans, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deadler's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
The United States Modified Touring Series visits Red Dirt Raceway for the first time in series history for the inaugural Fallen Hero 50 presented by Racing Dirt. The best of the best will battle it out for a $7,000 top prize and bragging rights. Watch every lap of the Fallen Hero 50 from Red Dirt Raceway live on Racing Dirt.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
A spring showcase like none other. I-35 Speedway presents the Ice Buster, featuring USRA modifieds, stock cars, B-mods, and E-mods on Saturday, March 19th from Winston, Missouri. Additional money is up for grab in all classes with no driver registration fee required in any class. Watch every lap of the Ice Buster from I-35 Speedway live with your Racing Dirt Pit Pass. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS Souvenir Trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Days been gone, a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes, only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got that. I'm the king. It's a thing. I'm the king. I got that. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
Hey race fans, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I have some exciting news. Mel Hamilton Ford Racing has started a rewards program just for you. For every dollar that you spend with MH Ford Racing, 5% will go back on your rewards card. It even applies to the wraps that you buy at BCC. All you have to do is purchase race gear, race fuel, tear-offs, wraps, etc., and you'll receive 5% on every sale. Reward dollars can be redeemed at all 3 of our locations: Mel Hamilton Ford, Mel Hamilton Quick Lane, and Big Corner Creative. It's that easy. Buy all your racing needs from us and get 5%. Sign up for reward cards today in person or give us a call. Mel Hamilton Ford. Experience the difference.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race fans, the C-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. You need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear? See that there's opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
The United States Modified Touring Series visits Red Dirt Raceway for the first time in series history for the inaugural Fallen Hero 50 presented by Racing Dirt. The best of the best will battle it out for a $7,000 top prize and bragging rights. Watch every lap of the Fallen Hero 50 from Red Dirt Raceway live on Racing Dirt.
As general manager of Mel Hamilton Ford for 11 years, I know what customers are looking for. Great service with certified technicians, a great sales experience with plenty of inventory to choose from. And don't forget, parts and other gear to take care of all your racing needs. So when you decide who you want to do business with, choose us, Mel Hamilton Ford, and experience the difference. Hey, you know what I'm always asking myself? Is work supposed to be this much fun?
spring showcase like none other. I-35 Speedway presents the Ice Buster, featuring USRA modifieds, stock cars, B-mods, and E-mods on Saturday, March 19th from Winston, Missouri. Additional money is up for grab in all classes with no driver registration fee required in any class. Watch every lap of the Ice Buster from I-35 Speedway live with your Racing Dirt Pit Pass.
The USMTS Souvenir Trailer is your one-stop shop for all your USMTS souvenir needs. From jackets to hoodies to t-shirts to can koozies and so much more, the USMTS Souvenir Trailer has it all. The USMTS Souvenir Trailer can be found online at shopusmts.com. See a wide variety of merchandise and accessories to help you get prepared for race day. Ordering is very simple and will even ship right to your doorstep. Visit the USMTS Souvenir Trailer today and get ready for when the best of the USMTS visits your local racetrack.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. They sing on a sleepless night. Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Since 1999, Frigola Performance Systems has been helping to make the most complex performance plumbing jobs easier. With innovative plumbing solutions like our Real Street hose ends that work in pump gas and ethanol applications, to our expander and reducer hose ends and specialty adapters, no job is off limits. Family owned and manufactured in the United States with 3 generations overseeing daily operations, quality control, and on-time delivery is assured. Browse our catalog or find the dealer nearest you at frigolaperformancesystems.com. Frigola Performance Systems, your performance plumbing partner.
Race fans, get ready to experience the action like never before with the free My Race Pass app. On race day, hit the Entries tab to see who's signed in for the night in every class. As the cars hit the track, hit the Lineups tab to see where everyone is starting. Follow along with the action live with live timing and scoring, and even follow your driver wherever he's running. Get into the action like never before with the My Race Pass app. My Race Pass, the ultimate racing resource.
Weir's Machine has been innovating the Ultra Force load machines and developed the Ultra Force suspension software, which allow you to take your program to the next level. Shop now at ultraforcetech.com.
Race Ranch Wear is the official merchandise sponsor of the United States Racing Association and the Summit USRA Nationals. Visit raceranchwear.com today.
Hear ye, hear ye. Come one, come Come all. It's the most covenant crown of them all. Beneath the burning of the night sky, battles the nation's best. To the victor we will glorify. Riches and robes only fit for one noble king. For they are the champion and ruler over the mighty bull ring.
I got that. I'm the king. It's a thing. I'm the king. I got that. I'm the king. It's a fact. I'm the king.
Summit Racing Equipment King of America 11, presented by Racing Dirt.
Hey race fans, Phil Nightingale, General Manager of Mel Hamilton Ford. I have some exciting news. Mel Hamilton Ford Racing has started a rewards program just for you. For every dollar that you spend with MH Ford Racing, 5% will go back on your rewards card. It even applies to the wraps that you buy at BCC. All you have to do is purchase race gear, race fuel, tear-offs, wraps, etc., and you'll receive 5% on every sale. Reward dollars can be redeemed at all 3 of our locations: Mel Hamilton Ford, Mel Hamilton Quick Lane, and Big Corner Creative. It's that easy. Buy all your racing needs from us and get 5%. Sign up for reward cards today in person or give us a call. Mel Hamilton Ford. Experience the difference.
Zach Vanderbeek here, Dirt Modified Racer. Been using FK rod ends for about 10 years now. Maria and their crew have provided exceptional products for me, racing competitively on the USMTS Tour.
Race fans, the Z-Man does it. Zach Vanderbeek wins in 33Z.
I choose to put the best parts on my race car, and obviously I choose to put FK rod ends on there. We've had 0 part failures. The durability and the product, you can tell, is second to none. FK rod ends provide strong and durable parts for us so we can stay on the racetrack in some of the worst conditions and keeps us finishing races. I highly recommend their product. If you're looking for a really high quality rod end, go check those guys out, see what they got. They've got multiple options, and their product is awesome.
Really appreciate Greg. He's no friend of mine. Makes this old man see good. If you need any glasses, cool Oakley stuff like I wear, see Deadler's Opticians.
Greg's been a long-time supporter for me for lots of years now, and he not only helps me, but he helps a lot of the racers and everything. So if you're looking for sunglasses, definitely should give him a call. He's very supportive of racing, and that's always good to have somebody that gives back to the sport like he does.
So still under intermission break here at the Rocket Raceway Park, a little bit of track prep taking place to ensure that we have the best racing surface possible throughout the remainder of the evening. The Sunoco Racing Fuels USRA Factory Stocks, Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks here at Rocket Raceway Park. Their feature will be up first after the break. We're going to visit a little bit about USRA Racing as well as USMTS, though. Director of Communications and Media with us, Jeff Nunn, here this weekend in Texas. Jeff, of course, we've got some big events right here on the horizon. The King of America coming up at the end of the month there at Humboldt Speedway, but we want to talk about some events a little bit later on in the year to give everybody the opportunity to plan ahead, plan some vacations and things like that. And you and I were just kind of talking, about the Summit Racing Equipment USRA Nationals coming up at Lucas Oil Speedway there in October 3rd through the 8th.
Yeah, it's something that the event's grown to be so huge now that it's something you want to think about a few months ahead of time. It's going to be March, the first week of March here. Monday will be exactly 7 months away from that event, so that's not very long. Parking spots for the pits, camping spots, pre-sale tickets, things like that will all be going on sale. This year also, we are bringing the USRA late models. Most of them run up in the Wisconsin, Minnesota area. And then we're also bringing the limited mods and factory stocks up. So all 8 classes that run under the USRA banner will get a few nights to shine, at least at the USRA Nationals this year. And of course, it's all made possible by the great people at Lucas Oil Speedway and our title sponsor, Summit Racing Equipment.
Yeah, going to be a great event there. You know, the Sunoco Racing, Sunoco Racing Fuels USRA factory stocks, great addition to that event, as well as the USRA limited mods. So those guys are excited to get up to the Diamond and the dirt tracks, and understandably so. So looking forward to them having the opportunity to go up there.
Yeah, having such a great central location, we moved this event around several times. It's been in Webster City, Iowa. It's been in Winston, Missouri. It's been at Lakeside Speedway in Kansas City. And Lucas Oil Speedway, in addition to being the most state-of-the-art, beautiful facility in the country, hands down, the racing's fantastic, and it's pretty centralized. It's a lot closer. A drive to Minnesota and northern Iowa is not very pleasant for a factory stock or limited guy, especially when you got a lot of them, out in the West Texas area and East Texas area, and then even getting down into the south, the guys down Corpus Christi in that area that still run USRA stuff. So perfect location, perfect everything, perfect facility. If it's not on your bucket list, it needs to be. Just ask somebody that went last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And a family environment like none other, too, right? If you want to take some break from the races, plenty to do there on the Midway, including the go-kart track, so you can always turn the kids loose on that even throughout the racing program.
Oh, yeah. And so much space. We got 300 haulers in that place last year, and it still looked like it was less than a quarter full. There's enough room to put over 1,000 haulers there. You got a man-made lake to go play in if the weather's good. Plenty of VIP suites for the people that want to live large while they're there for a few days, and you won't run out of a camping room. So it's got everything you need. The racing's great. You walk through the pits, it's all paved. You're not gonna, you can stay pretty clean if you want to stay clean. If you like to get dirty, there's places to sit for that too. But the racing this year was phenomenal.
Yeah,
just phenomenal, and everything is crystal clear and full color with some of the best lighting you'll find at a racetrack.
So you mentioned some of the information going to be coming out on USRARacing.com kind of in the coming days, ways to reserve camping spots, parking spots, all of that as well. So keep an eye out on that on USRARacing.com. Something else we'll be talking about in the coming days as well, that Summit Shootout. That'll get some drivers as well from different areas of the track champions and the classes. In this area be the stock cars and the modifieds with the hobby stocks and B mods as well, getting those Summit Shootout races. So that's something that's going to draw some of these local racers to the Lucas Oil Speedway also.
Yep, it sure will. There'll be several. There could be anywhere from 20 to 30 special events around the country where a track wants to have a qualifier for that event, and then there'll be track champions as well. So it'll be a nice addition to the Nationals, and with the extra days, we'll be able to squeeze the time. And one of the things that we needed to fix from last year was how late we ran.
Yep.
And being the first year and being the massive car count, it was double of any USRA Nationals before. We had some things we had to get fixed on that end of it. We think we've done that, and we think we'll be getting people done racing in time that they can still have some fun after the races every night.
Yeah, that's a little bit of the goal sometimes too, right?
Yeah, you don't want to go to bed at 4 in the morning every night. Not on purpose.
It's funny, you complain about the nights that you get out of the racetrack at, midnight or 1, we're done racing, but it seems like if you race till 10:30 or whatever, we're well up, beyond that point too.
It depends on where you go. There's places you go and people start to get antsy and start complaining if it's 9:30. You go other places, and a lot of them I've been to in Texas. if it's over before 2 o'clock in the morning, they don't think they got their money's worth. So you got to kind of balance that out too. And again, Wheatland, Missouri is dead center of the heart of USRA country.
Yeah, so USRARacing.com, the place to find all things USRA. USMTS.com, the place to find all things USMTS. Let's talk about this, the incredible things that continue to happen in dirt modified racing. Of course, the purse is getting amped up last season, those single-day 5,000 and 10,000 to win shows. We thought, well, maybe that's where we're going to settle for a while. No, $100,000 to win now, courtesy of S&S Fishing and Rental in memory of Leon Ramirez, and we just continue to raise the stakes in dirt modified racing.
Yeah, Leon was a fairly private guy, and not a lot of people knew him well. I knew him fairly well and completely respected the guy. He was so pleasant to talk to and be around. Supported his son. I mean, if you can tell the character of a man by the children he raises, I mean, you know Leon is top shelf because his kids are all fantastic people. Derek's one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, and he doesn't have to be. He's got the world at his feet.
Right.
And he's a national champion now too, and you'd never know it. He's a fantastic human being, and you know, so was his father, and we lost him, and we had to figure out some way to pay tribute to it and remember him. We felt the same way when Grant Youngins passed away. Everybody loved him. He was an asset to the planet, and by naming the Rookie of the Year award after him, it meant that it was going to, even if the event doesn't last forever, the Youngins Memorial, that award will always be named Grant Youngins Memorial Award for the rookies. And now with Leon Ramirez, it just so happens, Leon passed on Super Bowl Sunday, so I got the idea that, Super Bowl gives away a pretty nice trophy every year. The Lombardi Trophy to the Super Bowl champ every year. I'm like, we need something like that.
Right.
I'm like, let's just have the Leon Ramirez Memorial Trophy every year for the national champion for as long as the USMTS exists. And I figure eventually, people are going to abbreviate stuff. Eventually we'll just call it the Leon. Everybody's racing this year for the Leon and be the most coveted trophy in your cabinet. And he deserves it, man. He was great for racing. He helped so many different racers in different levels of racing in dirt, and just remained a pleasant human being.
Yeah, certainly selfless in the industry of racing. Looking at USMTS, like we mentioned, Humboldt Speedway going to play host to King of America 11. Man, what event that's become as well. When you think of the two crown jewels that automatically come to my mind when you talk about USMTS Modifieds, kind of the first handful of races takes place there with King of America, and then the Featherlight Fall Jamboree towards the end of the year is the two absolute great staples. There's a couple others as well, but very excited to getting back to Humboldt Speedway. Even with the changes coming up, of course, FOE taking over that racetrack, and that's a nice transition. Eric and I had kind of talked like any other situation, we'd probably be, there'd be a little bit of unrest going into that event that the Whitworth family had turned that track loose, but FOE is doing a great job as well. So looking forward to what that does with the King of America at the end of the month also.
Oh, yeah. FOE they're not afraid to invest in their facilities. I mean, 81 Speedway, over the last 5 years, just what it was and what it's become and how beautiful a facility that is. It's remarkable. And Humboldt is a great racing facility. It's a nice, clean place. The Whitworths ran a top-notch show there all the time, and now we're just going to add this to it. And when you got John Allen, running stuff in the background, that's a legend. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, I said, John Allen second only to the Whitworths when you think just classic heart of Humboldt Speedway.
Yep. Just you think of Kansas, you think of John Allen, you think of the Whitworths. It's just. No, it's a match made in heaven, and I think they're going to do some great stuff over there. And it's part and parcel to what I've always loved about the USRA. In the years I've been here, is that we may not be the biggest, we're certainly not the oldest, but if you look from state to state, the 2 or 3 best tracks in every state, they've got the red, white, and blue banner flying above them. So that's one thing I'm really proud of. In Missouri, we're at Wheatland, we're in Humboldt, and 81 Speedway in Kansas. We're here in Texas.
Yeah.
This place is going to be, once they've only had their hands on this place for a couple of months. Wait till they've got 2 years under their belts. What this place is going to be. It's going to be, Eldora South.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. It's just been incredible what Kevin and Kevin have been able to do in such a short period of time, and just continue to expand on that even throughout the weekend. When you can see the small improvements throughout a weekend show, that when you come back to this place, maybe by the end of the season, it's still yet going to be night and day difference.
Yeah. I think I won't say who, but one of the promoters said, they felt like the last few years, all the work they were putting into that other track over in Crandall, they felt like they were just always putting lipstick on a pig. But now we're putting lipstick, on a whole herd of beautiful cattle, and and they have ownership of it, everything, and it's what they've done in the short term here has just been beautiful between the paint and the signage and how everything is cleaned up. and it's a class act, and both those guys are, and this place is going places.
Yeah, and Kevin mentioned community support, and we see that here tonight, man. What a great turnout of people as well. We had a solid Friday night crowd that's translated into this great Saturday night crowd. Everybody enjoying themselves, having a good time. So a special shout out as well to these fans to come out, spend their entertainment dollar on a new venue like this.
Yep, and some of the fans that are out now, they get to see it in the early stages, and these are some of the people that 10 years from now are going to say, yeah, I was there then. I was there when there was nothing. It was just, lights and a racetrack. There wasn't 400, haulers every week.
Yeah, that's right.
They could say they were here back when. So, great show so far this weekend. The racing's been spectacular. As much as I love Dustin Sorensen, that guy's he's probably the hottest driver right now. I mean, that carries over from last year when he swept the USRA Nationals, but there was a little bit, in my heart cheering for Jason Hughes there at the end. It's like, man, he still got it. It's not a matter of that. It's just like, I'm from Nebraska, so, the best 3-win team in college football last year. And
you know what droughts feel like.
I know what droughts feel like, yeah. And he's the same way. I think we both have 4 national championships. We have 5. He has 4. So, but yeah, he's just he's been fantastic, and he was really good last year. He was so solid all year long. It's just that one final spot, and had that been a 35-lapper last night, he'd have broke that dry spell.
Yeah, I feel the same way, man. That was a heartbreaker for him to see that, just come up that close to finally breaking that winless streak. But I'd say, more so than last year, I feel like that's probably going to happen sooner or later than this season.
I've always wondered if you're a racer, and I suppose if you're a racer, you won't think this way, but I think this way. If you're a guy out there and you've won, let's say Hughes has won a ton or Sorensen's won a ton, and you get the white flag and you're behind Joe Duvall, does part of you want to just follow him to the checkered flag because everybody likes Joe so much and they want him to get that win, and he's obviously been good enough and is good enough to get it. It's just, Tony Jackson didn't care.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, Tony Jackson.
Had Tony Jackson been a USMTS regular, he may have just, slipped her on in behind and, waited his turn. But, so I always wonder about that, if a guy would back off and just, hand one over. But then again, if you're Joe and somebody does that and just pulls in behind to let you win, I would think that's going to kind of piss Joe off.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he wants anybody to let him win.
No, absolutely not. It was funny. I joked with Eric. He said, when or where do you think that's going to happen? I said, well, I kind of hope it doesn't happen here, because wherever it happens, wherever Joe wins his first race, that place is probably getting burned to the ground, and I don't want to see this nice place get burned to the ground.
Yeah, it's going to look like Minneapolis when Joe wins.
There you go. With that, we got USRA factory stocks on the track. Thank you very much, Jeff Nunn, up here joining us in the booth. A little bit of chat time there with Jeff Nunn. We'll see if we can fit that in a little bit more throughout the season. Of course, the communications and media director for USRA and USMTS. Here we go. It's A-main time on night number 2 of the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. The byline surveying USRA factory stocks out on the racetrack for their 20-lap A-main. $600 top prize tonight. Brian Baker scheduled to start on the front row of this one, the 13B out of Achille, Oklahoma. To his outside from Blossom, Texas, the 4B. That is Kyle Blanton.
On the inside of row number 2 from Fort Worth, Texas, the number 51 is Ruben Bassard. To his outside from Powderly, Texas, the 2H, that's Marty Hicks.
Row 3 on the inside, Nate Dixon. He's out of Ennis, Texas, car 10. He'll line up alongside last night's feature winner from right down the road in Paris. That's the 5V of Michael Smith.
Inside of row number 4 from Ector, Texas, the 38 Double D, that's Rodney White. To his outside from Dallas, Texas, the number 45, that's Tyler Killingsworth.
Row 5 to the inside, Chad Abernathy, car 4 out of Mount Ida, Arkansas. To his outside, it'll be Dennis Slater, the 19 out of Muskogee, Oklahoma.
Chris Davis from Willis Point, Texas, scheduled to start 11th in car 98. To his outside from Blossom, Texas, the number 94, that's Dustin Nation.
Dustin Choate will start 7th row on the inside, the 62 out of Forney, Texas. And his outside out of Salina, Texas, that's Richard George Jr. He's in the 22C.
Rolling off 15th from Paradise, Texas, the number 51R, that's Ricky Shepard. To his outside from Forney, Texas, the 123, that's Brett Jensen.
Back to row number 9, we'll find Timothy Hardman out of Crandall, Texas, car 31. 1. He lines up to the inside of James Proctor. He's from Paris in car 28.
On the inside of row number 10 from Bonham, Texas, the number 952. That's Cody Herndon to his outside from Powderly, Texas. The 7K is Billy White.
Back to the 11th row. Juan Grijalva out of Bonham, Texas. Car 104 starts to the inside with Tristan McCullough to his outside. He's out of Crandall, Texas in the 3M.
Your final row for tonight's Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A main from Mount Ida, Arkansas. The 4A, that's Ty Abernathy. And to his outside from Quinlan, Texas. The number 18 is Tim Clunch.
So there you have it, 24 drivers slated for 20 laps around the Rocket Raceway Park. Of course, Byline Surveying bringing you the USRA Factory Stock Division here this season at Rocket Raceway Park. Sunoco Racing Fuels, the title sponsor nationally for the USRA Factory Stock Division. Appreciate those great marketing partners that have helped bring along the Factory Stock Division.
With that, Bryce, 4 races left here on the evening. We're going to get it kicked off with Factory Stock A feature action. Then coming up next, it's the baddest modifieds on the planet. US MTS Modifieds going for $10,000 to win this evening. And if I'm correct, I believe 50 times around the Rocket Raceway Park.
Yeah, 50 lapper here for the US MTS Modifieds. Again, that's coming up following this Factory Stock A main. So those of you not apprised of the running order here tonight, the US MTS Modifieds will run second up here following the factory stocks. We'll have the USRA stock cars third tonight, and the limited modifieds will wrap up the evening's program here at the 12th Annual Texas Spring Nationals.
So, waiting for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory stocks to be assembled, lights to go down, and take the green flag here this evening. Running in the moisture that was laid down on the racetrack after it was tilled just a little bit. Again, just a little bit of track prep taking place here this evening during intermission. Want to make sure that we have a great racing surface throughout the remainder of the evening, especially for that 50-lap USMTS Modified A feature event. You know, 50 laps with 24 to 28 of those race cars circling around the racetrack certainly by itself can take a toll on the racing surface, and especially if it's already well worn in.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want that thing to latch up and get narrow around the racetrack for sure. And that's the call that was made. Of course, never want to slow down the program, so it's absolutely necessary that we go out there and do that track prep. It's not just for show or anything else. Want to make sure that surface is ready to go for tonight's 50-lap Summit Racing Equipment A main presented by Racing Dirt. And looks like they got it blowed off pretty quickly there. You know, only a handful of laps really under semi-green flag conditions to get the racetrack ready for the start of this one.
Yeah, you know, real quickly before we go green here, another shout out. We've been doing those all night long. John Allen texted me a successful practice session to 81 Speedway tonight. Him and the old FOE crew tuned in to catch the USMTS Modified A feature event. So, again, you and Jeff talking about them and the King of America and everything surrounding Humboldt Speedway. Want to say hello to those folks. Glad to have you guys with us, and glad to know practice session went well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to the next couple of events coming up there. Battle at the Bull Ring next week. King of America 11 at the end of the month. So looking forward to that. Caution lights are going down. Here we go. 20 laps the distance for tonight's Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A main. Baker and Blanton on row number 1. Out comes the green, and we are underway.
So, field rifles down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Your early leader off at turn 2. Blanton's got a good head of steam. 3 wide for the runner-up spot behind him. Blanton going to come around and lead the field off of turn number 4 to the green flag, but he's got the 2H of Marty Hicks challenging to the inside.
You know, Marty Hicks was just consistently in the top 5 all race long last night. He was about riding around that 4th place spot. Right now in the runner-up position trying to challenge Kyle Blanton. Blanton had a left rear wheel come off of that 4B, or right rear wheel, I should say, last night in the 4B, but he's rolling out in front of the field here early on in the A main. Continues to be Hicks in that 2nd place spot. Last night's feature winner, he's already rolled up from the 6th starting spot into 3rd. Now Michael Smith on his way as they're 3 wide behind him.
Yeah, good 3-wide battle taking place down the front straightaway into turns 1 and 2. Now they're going to go 3 wide once again. The 38 Double D of Rodney White trying to split the middle. Now 4 wide down the back straightaway into turn 3.
Yeah, these factory stocks getting racy just outside those top 3. Nathan Dixon all the way along the hub of the racetrack trying to challenge there. Rodney White ahead of that battle for 4th right now. He has the 4th position. Killingsworth coming after him in the 45. Tyler Killingsworth right now rounding out your top 5 runners. Meanwhile, out in front, it continues to be Kyle Blanton, your leader in the 4B.
Smooth sailing for the 4B of Blanton right now as he continues to lead the field. Everybody circling around turns 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. Top 4 trying to get themselves sorted out. First battle on the racetrack right now. We're watching the 45 of Killingsworth alongside the 51 of Ruben Broussard. Down the front straightaway back into turns 1 and 2. The 45 of Killingsworth continuing to work the inside of the speedway. Broussard, though, not giving up around the top shelf.
Yeah, good battle for that 5th place spot. Now a good battle for the runner-up position as well. Michael Smith, last night's feature winner. He'll slide up in front of Marty Hicks and take the 2nd place spot. Michael Smith may be somebody that is going to be difficult to contend with all season long here at the Rocket Raceway Park, because he's got that thing marching forward now, going after the 4B of Kyle Blanton.
Gets a good head of steam off the bottom side of the speedway through turns 3 and 4. Again, some track work taking place just before this 8 feature, so guys really searching all around the Rocket Raceway Park racing surface, trying to find the fastest lane around the speedway. Michael Smith continuing to go on the attack. He's going to work to the inside of Blanton. We have a race for the lead.
Side by side at the line, Kyle Blanton with the slide advantage. He'll edge out the 5V of Michael Smith for the top spot as we approach the midway point of this one. We'll have 10 in, 10 to go this time around as the race for the lead heats up. Now here comes the 38 Double D. That's Rodney White. We may make it a 3-car race for the lead before this one's over.
Rodney White was a guy that had trouble a couple of times last night, losing mechanical issues in both his heat race and feature, taking him out of contention early in both of those races. Now he's right on the backside of the 5V of Michael Smith. Smith takes over the lead from the 4 of Blanton.
Yeah, new leader that time by Michael Smith to the lead. Blanton trying to roar back up to his outside. Things going to narrow up along the top side of the racetrack, but it will be Smith that's your new leader into turns 3 and 4. Rodney White's going to go at it, though. The 38 Double D now on attack, working off of turn 4.
So White takes over the runner-up position. Blanton continues to try to work to his inside. A little bit of a slip of the grip, though, as Rodney White now going to pull away, continues to look at the backside of the 5V of Michael Smith. Those 3 nose to tail into turns 3 and 4. Marty Hicks continues to ride in the 4 spot, side-by-side battle for 5th. Give it to the 4 of Abernathy.
Here comes Rodney White back down to the inside of the 5V of Michael Smith. He'll show the nose down the back straightaway. Smith going to slam the door on entry at turn number 3. 6 to go this time around. Rodney White knocking on the back door of Smith down the front straightaway.
Excuse me, anybody home? That's the question from the 38D of Rodney White as he continues to hound the backside of Michael Smith down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 once again. Blanton now 3 car lengths back. It's Hicks in 4th. Abernathy now rides in the 5th spot as the battle for the lead rages on.
Rodney White back down to the inside of the 5V of Michael Smith. They'll race side by side for a moment off of turn number 2. Smith going to shake him off for time being. Just 4 laps to go this time by.
So laps clicking away here in Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock. A-feature action. It continues to be last night's A-feature winner Michael Smith pacing the field out in front. Hicks working the bottom side of the speedway there in 3rd as we've got problems at the top side of turn number 4. Looks to be possibly the 51 of Broussard. Sitting on the top side of the speedway. A little bit difficult to tell from here. A couple of panes of glass and a small viewing window here. It's a little difficult to see what number that is, but we're going to get it figured out here. It was the 51 of Broussard. The right rear wheel doesn't look like to be in very good shape on that 51.
Yeah, tough break for him. He's had a good weekend all weekend long in the 51. He'll pull up into the hot pit area, hearing maybe one of the wheels is full of mud, so they'll try to get that taken care of on the 51 of Broussard. Michael Smith with the lead. We said they're under green flag conditions. They may have their hands full with this 5V car all season long here, as he has been awfully quick, but Rodney White had closed into his back bumper a couple times.
Yeah, and again, Rodney White, a driver that had mechanical issues in both heat race and feature action last night. Before that happened, though, leading both of those events and by a large margin before mechanical issues took him out of both of them. So you really got to believe the 38D of Rodney White here on this restart may have an opportunity to time something, see if he can get inside or get by the 5V on this restart.
So, Pat, as we work under caution flag conditions here, tell us how the racetrack's come along after that prep session here as we work on this first day main.
Like you guys are seeing up there, it's starting to slick off again already. Those first few laps, there was a lot of moisture in there and in the track, but now it's kind of slicked back off, and the racing has been really good from down here. I'm sure for you guys up there, I'm not sure we're done seeing a pass for the lead. This could get real tight here at the end, but no, the track has worked itself in really well, and it's going to be in really good shape for the rest of the night, I feel, unless something changes. But right now, we're set for a good race for the rest of the night.
Thank you very much, Pat. Always good to get his perspective, not only from the infield, but a race car driver as well. And he is certainly more in tune with racetrack surfaces, certainly, than I am. So appreciate Pat again here this evening, our infield reporter. He'll be back at King of America as well. Here we go. Green comes back out. 16 in, 4 to go. 3 wide for the lead on the restart.
Talk about timing a restart, right? Both Blanton and the 38 Double D of Rodney White timed it, but Smith going to hang on to the lead down the back straightaway.
Oh, we got a good one going out in front. Michael Smith trying to hang on. Rodney White to the inside. He bobbles for a moment. Blanton works to the outside of Smith. Side by side for lead. Abernathy in the picture as well in car 4.
Abernathy's one you're going to have to keep an eye on. Problems for Blanton all of a sudden at the top side of 1 and 2. Things got stacked up as Blanton slows. That's going to bring us back to a caution. Everybody else, though, doing a good job of taking evasive action, making sure they miss any major issues. And Blanton, unfortunately, going to head pit side. So problems once again here tonight for the driver at car number 4.
Well, Blanton gets cleared into the infield, but not before the caution flag has to come out. We'll get everybody rearranged here at the front of the field. They came 3 wide out of the gate there. Rodney White was all the way to the inside of Michael Smith, and Blanton, who's now broke, was up on the outside. Exciting restart last time around. We'll see what this one lends with 17 in and 3 to go. Abernathy's drove from outside of that top 8. Top 8 made the redraw. Abernathy was sitting in 9th. He's worked his way into the picture now, as it looks like he has actually scored in the runner-up spot. So Abernathy able to get by Rodney White into second.
Yeah, I do believe the yellow flag flew after the field came across the start-finish line, so that lap did count Abernathy after everybody got bottled up there on the back straightaway. Really was the benefactor there as he charged up from the 5th spot there into the runner-up position. So he'll restart in that 2nd spot right behind the 5V of Michael Smith. And, again, Abernathy, a driver that I had the opportunity to watch at the Tri-State Speedway in Pensacola, Oklahoma last year at the Spooker event. And very, very fast driver behind the wheel of that number 4. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him pick the pocket of the number 5V.
Yeah, I'd certainly say this one far from over here. Some heavy hitters right there at the front of the field. Marty Hicks has played Mr. Consistency. We mentioned under green, he kind of rode around in that 4th place spot all night last night, just stayed in the top 5. There again, and Nate Dixon within reach as well. I know he had a solid run as well. Great racer out of Ennis, Texas. So Dixon in the top 5 as we get the field realigned here for the final 3 laps of tonight's Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock A Main.
Been a good one to kick off A feature action here this evening. Again, the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals coming to a close here this evening. The first of 4 A features. About to close it out here as the field assembles down the back straightaway. Yellow lights are out. We'll go back to green this time. 3 laps to go here for your USRA factory stocks.
So here we go. Michael Smith trying to hang on for 3 more orbits around the Rocket Raceway Park. He He's side by side behind him for a moment. Now they'll fan out. Rodney White down to the inside. Abernathy missed his mark for a moment along the top side of the racetrack, but White did not. He may snag the lead this time around. He'll drive up in front of the 5 of Smith. Smith crosses him over, door to door for the lead off of turn 4.
Smith trying to take the lead back from Rodney White. White going to hit the top side of the speedway. Runs the ruts really well over there in turns 1 and 2. Now he's got a head of steam down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. Out by a car length to the bottom of 3 and 4. Problems over in turns 1 and 2 though. Going to bring us back to another caution before we can finish this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Marty Hicks went around there in turns 1 and 2, and that collected Cody Herndon in the 952. So tough break there as Hicks goes around. That collects Herndon.
Well, you know, cautions breed cautions, and we're getting down to the late stages of this one. Guys trying to get a little aggressive and try to pick up every position they can before the checkered flag waves. So certainly not a surprising situation over there at the bottom of turn 2. Unfortunately, Hicks, you see some steam rising out from the front of that race car. It looks like his night is done early.
Yeah, Dennis Slater with a left front flat there as well in the 19. Not sure if he's going to be able to get into the work area, if he'll have to call it quits here with just a couple laps to go. So he stopped at the top side of turn number 2. So 18 in, 2 to go. Don't forget, race fans, racing resumes here next week at the Rocket Raceway Park. The KR Cup kicks off here from Petty, Texas, along with the Rocket Challenge next week in the USRA Modified. So that's what's coming up here next weekend. The season gets started.
You know, we should have asked Kevin Sestair earlier, how did he get away? How did Kevin Rogers get away with naming it the KR Cup when Sestair's working with them as well? I'm not sure how.
That's where the Rocket Challenge comes in.
Okay,
the old Rains County Rocket. That was Kevin Sestair's nickname. So that's some inspiration for the Speedway name as well.
Right. Well, okay. So Kevin got the Speedway name. The other Kevin got the KR Cup name.
Yep.
So all right, Kevin. Either way, it's Kevin and Kevin, so it doesn't really matter.
So looking forward to them getting that kicked off here next week. Again, USRA Modifieds will be part of the program on a bi-weekly basis. They're alternating weekends with Super Bowl Speedway throughout the season as well. So that's coming up on their schedule. You can check out their full schedule at rocketracewaypark.com as well as on the My Race Pass app. Of course, next up for Racing Dirt, planning to be at Battle at the Bull Ring 7 next week, March 10th through the 12th. We'll be back in Humboldt 2 weeks later as well for King of America 11, like we've talked about throughout the evening. A couple other events coming up in a couple of weeks as well. Racing Dirt as well as Race on Texas will have the American Racer Modified Series season opener covered at the Arklatex Speedway in Vivian, Louisiana on March 18th and 19th. And Racing Dirt has that inaugural event taking place Saturday, March 19th, the Ice Buster at I-35 Speedway there in Winston, Missouri. So a few upcoming races on Racing Dirt TV. Looking forward to all of those in whatever capacity we end up playing. I'll be down in Vivian when the show's going on there at I-35 Speedway in Winston, Missouri. But got a lot coming up, ready to go full throttle on this 2022 racing season.
Yeah, you know, sitting at home through the months of January and February, you get a little bored of not being at the racetrack every Saturday night. But starting this weekend, going to kick it into full throttle and won't stop until the end of October.
Yeah, you know, very much so looking forward to getting this underway. It's been a great weekend to kick off the season. Got through the first night. As you always do, opening night's always a little bit rough, especially, you know, at a new facility. But, man, it overall went great. Going great again here this evening. So great way to kick it off. Good vibes in the pit area as well. You can tell everybody's excited to be back out at the track and kicking off another record season for the USMTS Modifieds. $100,000 to win in honor of Leon Ramirez. So just a lot of great things going on in the world of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this USMTS Modified Series is as big as it grew last year with the increased race purses and the reduced number of events, you know, quality over quantity, so much, so to speak. I think it's going to be even bigger and better yet all year long because of that championship points fund as well.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And then that Rookie of the Year, you know, boosting that to $10,000 to win. An illustrious title already in memory of Grant Younghand. So interesting to see those rookies come out as well to see who's able to compete all season long. So working on getting the field realigned for the final couple laps. Tonight's byline surveying USRA Factory Stock A main. Caution lights have gone down. Ready to put a bow on this one. Michael Smith will have control of the restart from right down Highway 82 in Paris, Texas. He'll try to hang on over Rodney White and Chad Abernathy. They line up on row number 2. As Nate Dixon and Tyler Killingsworth round out your top 5 runners here in the final 2 laps of tonight's factory stock A main, and we're back green.
Michael Smith going to jump to the top side of the speedway. Abernathy had a head of steam off the restart, but got blocked into turn 1. Now that opens the door for Rodney White. He's going to circle the bottom side of turns 3 and 4. Car rotates better, now gets tight. They're side by side at the white flag.
Off into turns 1 and 2, a final lap here in tonight's factory stock A main. They're door to door, White along the inside, Michael Smith up top. Killingsworth now within reach as well. Off at turn number 4 to the checkered flag. Smith will have a look to the inside, but Rodney White wins the USRA factory stock A main.
Good way to end it for the 38D of Rodney White. A little bit of redemption for the struggles he had last night. He picks up the win. Michael Smith finishes second. Tyler Killingsworth third. Chad Abernathy fell back to the 4th spot. Nate Dixon rounds out your top 5. But again, taking home the win tonight from Ector, Texas, driving car number 38, Double D. Race fans, put your hands together for Rodney White.
So Pat Graham will make his way into ballistictrailersales.com victory lane, and he will have a word with Rodney White.
FYI, driver's name is Rodney White.
Looks like we will run Rodney over the scales there. $600 top prize here on night number 2, the 12th annual Texas Spring Nationals. And there they go. They'll send him now to victory lane. He'll collect the big check, all the accolades. Again, we'll send it down to Pat Graham.
Here it is, folks. Rodney White, give it up for him. Come around here, Rodney. I didn't want to jinx that race. I thought it was going to go green to checker, but then we started having some yellows. Talk through those last few restarts.
I hated seeing them, but I knew he was going to go to the top down here. I was hoping he was, and I was hoping I could stay low enough to get a bite.
You know what? When you started making some of those moves and took the lead going down to the backstretch, what were you thinking? Protecting 3 and 4 or just hit your marks?
Yeah, because I had a push about in the middle. I was hoping that if it did, I could at least get this outside in 1 and 2. After I got by him the first time, I was sure hoping he'd let me do it again.
Tell us who helps you out on this buggy and makes this all possible, Rodney.
Data Point Surveying and Mapping new this year. The Picture Girls, Texoma's Dent Specialist, Whitey Race Engines. Without him, we wouldn't be here tonight after the trouble we had last night. Texoma Linen, Amanda White at the Color Society, my wife and kids.
There you have it. Your feature winner tonight, Rodney White. Give it up for him one more time.
So congratulations once again to Rodney White as we get set for our next feature. The Summit Racing Equipment United States Modified Touring Series presented by Racing Dirt, set for a 50-lap, $10,000 to win A main here at the Rocket Raceway Park. And tonight, CBIZ Graphics Pole Award winner. He's out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 21 of Jacob Blease will set the pace tonight alongside Tyler Davis out of Hayesville, Kansas in the 65.
To the inside of row number 2 from Fayetteville, Arkansas, the 4W is Tyler Wolf. And to his outside from Mayetta, Kansas, driving car number 87, it's Darren Fuquay.
The 2020 Grant Young Hands Rookie of the Year starts 5th on the grid tonight. The 0-2 of Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas. And to his outside, a Rookie of the Year contender out of Madrid, Iowa, the 21K, that's Kyle Brown.
On the inside of row number 4 from Winona, Minnesota, the number 49 JR, that's Jake Tim, and his outside your defending USMTS Modified Series champion from Woodward, Oklahoma, the 4R, that's Derek Ramirez.
Back to row number 5 at Springfield, Missouri's Terry Phillips in the 75, and his outside, 4-time series champion, the happy Texan Rodney Sanders in car 20.
On the inside of row number 6 from Oskaloosa, Iowa, the 33Z, that's Caden Carter, and his outside from Lubbock, Texas, the 7X is Chris Dawson.
And all Minnesota, row number 7, the 19 of Dustin Sorensen out of Rochester. Last night's feature winner will start 13th with Cool Hand. Lucas shot to his outside. He's out of Chatfield, Minnesota in the 69.
Rolling off 15th from Lakeshore, Minnesota, the number 60, that's Dan Ebert, and his outside from El Centro, California, the 19 SB, that is Lance Maury.
Back to row number 9, it's Big Daddy Joe Duval out of Claremore, Oklahoma, the 91, and his outside, Mike Hansen out of Dickinson, North Dakota in the 12H.
Rolling off 19th from Santa Maria, California, the 38T, it's Dylan Thornton to his outside. From El Paso, Texas, the 65X, it's Carlos Amata Jr.
Row number 11 sees Landon Atkinson on the inside. He's out of Little Falls, Minnesota in the 18A. And his outside, racing from Watertown, South Dakota, the 85, that is Jason Good.
Inside of row 12 from Pacifica, California, the 44S, it's Shane DeVolder. And his outside from Altus, Oklahoma, the 15W is Cale Westover.
Provisional starters tonight to the inside of row number 13, the 12. That is Jason Hughes out of Salina, Oklahoma, 4-time series champion. Lines up to the inside of Brandon Evans, the 2G, racing out of Wichita, Kansas. And your final starter comes to you all the way from Jackson, Wyoming. It's Chris Clark in the 8C. Your 27 starters for tonight's 50-lap, 10,000 to win Summit Racing Equipment A Main. So race fans, as you begin to rise to your feet, let's wave them off Texas style down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the most beautiful ride in dirt modified racing. Old Glory flies 4 wide at the Rocket Raceway Park.
tracks. Personally, I don't think there's anything.
No, we see it not often, but every now and then it'll still. I mean, it just gives you a shiver, especially when you. Absolutely great that we have this great country and those. To patriotism that we're.
Have said for 50.
Here. Wait, Tyler Davis be hungrier than anybody.
So 21 following now. He's still going to race door to door with police into turns 3 and 4. Behind them, 2 is going to go to Blease.
Yeah, solid. Davis comes off into.
Bounce the car through the ruts, has a good run off of turn 2. He'll take the lead. Now he's going to come down the racetrack, block the line of the 20. Leads lap 3.
Tyler Davis still out in front. Jacob Leeson